we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Chair Cohen,
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Present.
Member Gaines,
Present.
Member Vasquez,
Present.
Deputy Controller Epelite.
Present.
A quorum.
A quorum is present, and the board meeting is called to order. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me. We will start this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise and place your right hand over your heart. And pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Good morning. Colleagues, I just wanted to turn to you first. Wanted to ask that you join me in recognizing the outstanding leadership of the Board of Equalization that has afforded us not only these wonderful, healthy snack bags, but also these clear partitions, all in an abundance effort to keep us healthy and safe. Thank you, staff. We appreciate that. We recognize it and we appreciate it. Colleagues, do any of you have any opening remarks before we take up any business? No? Okay. I've got a few remarks. I just want to recognize a few things that are coming up in June, this past month, and then also in July. First, want to recognize Juneteenth. Last week was Juneteenth, which is a day of remembrance. I'm not sure if you guys know of the history, but I'd just like to provide a little bit of background of those for those that do not know. More than 2 years after President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on June 19th in 1865, enslaved Americans in Galveston, Texas, finally received word that they were free from bondage. And it is this day that has come to be known as Juneteenth. Juneteenth is become an annual commemoration of the end of slavery in the United States of America after the Civil War has been celebrated by this has been celebrated by African Americans since the late 1800s. And then in 2021, President Biden signed legislation that made Juneteenth a federal holiday. And this day reminds us of the terrible injustices that was slavery. I want to recognize that June is also Pride Month, and it's also a time to reflect on the LGBTQ plus civil human rights movement. And this is a movement that was sparked by activists like Marsha P. Johnson during the Stonewall Uprising, which started in June of 1969. And just as a reminder, Pride is a month that highlights opportunities for the LGBTQ plus people to openly express their identities and for their allies to have an opportunity to show love and support for the community. And again, during Pride Month, we reinvigorate our efforts against discrimination in all forms. We amplify these important days and months of commemoration as an important reminder of where we have come and what we have overcome. Also want to recognize that June is National Home Ownership Month. And during National Home Ownership Month, we recognize the importance of housing and recommit to creating opportunities for future homeowners. And I highlight this because it rests very comfortably with our charge and our duties. The Board of Equalization understands the unique challenges that arise for California homeowners, and the agency works diligently to keep homeowners informed of the new resources and ever-changing legislation that affects them. I want to acknowledge that we will have an exciting presentation this afternoon from Cal HFA, which will be presenting on the resources that are available to help Californians stay in their home. And then lastly, want to recognize the 4th of July. Next week is the 4th. It's a day where we celebrate our freedom, our liberty, our independence, a day that I, as a child, always looked forward to, watching the fireworks over the bay. And, of course, we commemorate America's founding and the promise of the self-evident truth that all are created equal. However, we know that equality is not guaranteed to all Americans, but we must remember that and strive to live up to these rights and to this notion. And work to continue to protect the right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So, colleagues, I thank you and hope that you'll have a great 4th of July next week. And wanted to see now if there's any other comments that you'd like to make. Please, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add, when you mentioned Juneteenth, not all these cities are yet up to par in terms of celebrating this as a holiday. I know in Santa Monica, it's actually a holiday, but just for the viewing folks and those that are watching, there is an assembly bill that's authored by our Assembly Member Reggie Jones Sawyer, AB 1655, which hopefully will make it a state holiday so that all these, or at least the cities in the state of California, will have that as a holiday, a paid holiday. Because I know during this celebration, I didn't realize it because in my city, it was a holiday, and I was asking staff, and they said, I think it's a state holiday, but apparently it has, even though the president on a federal level has approved it, not all the cities or states have made, I guess, their resolutions or passed any bills to actually make it a state holiday. So hopefully that's coming soon. Because like Madam Chair mentioned, you know, it has a rich history, and I wasn't aware of some of the things that happened until just, you know, really for me it only came to light maybe in the last 15 years about Juneteenth. We all, I guess, in our history books, as we were taught, we assumed, you know, slavery, you know, was passed or was abandoned, or abolished, I should say, and we assumed it was a done deal, but it took for many, many years before it actually became, one, that it was enacted, and then two, much less, you know, even a holiday.
Yes, that's right. That's why we acknowledge it. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My district is the home of one of our nation's most patriotic communities, Coronado, California, the home of the Navy SEALs. I always celebrate July 4th riding in a parade up and down Orange Avenue in front of the Del Coronado Hotel. I look forward to that next week and visiting the Navy SEAL bars. I also want to note the great movie director, Mel Brooks, who has produced some of our funniest and most memorable films, turns 96 today. And it's nice that we take time from our busy calendar to recognize a few of these things every month, and that's my input. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
great.
Is your green light on?
It's either on light or
Well, we can hear you.
dim or bright. Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to recognize June 19th also, and it's very interesting upon the assassination of Abraham Lincoln in the next election cycle. Civil War General Grant was elected as president, and he made great strides in making sure that it was known in the South that slavery had been abolished. And it was an interesting balance because he was trying to reconstruct the South while at the same time making sure that full rights were given as a result of the Emancipation Proclamation. And then, if I could segue just to the 4th of July, thank you for recognizing that, Chair Cohen, how important that is. And when we look at our currency and it says e pluribus unum, you know, from many come one. And so I worry for our country in terms of splintering that is occurring. And my hope would be that even people who are not like-minded could have civil debates and discussions, and that our country will continue to strive for justice and mercy and grace. And so I'm looking forward to our celebration, and thank you for bringing all that up and letting me speak.
Of course. All right, thank you. So, Ms. Cicchetti, could you please announce our first order of business?
Our first order of business is our opening remarks. Good morning, Madam Chair and members. I would like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. The current COVID-19 guidelines and procedures for the Board of Equalizations requires that all BOE employees must wear a mask while inside any BOE facility or while attending any BOE event. You may remove your mask when you are presenting before the board as a speaker when sitting at the table. Masks and hand sanitizer are available to all and can be found in the back of the auditorium. To speak before the board in person, please complete and submit to the clerk a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. After the presentation of any item on an agenda has concluded, we will identify any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff in the auditorium. Then we will identify any public comments with the AT&T operator. Then we will read any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. You may approach the table when your name is called upon to make a public comment. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T operator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line, as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 2 minute delay. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience and understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Could you please call our first agenda item?
Our first order of business, Our first item on the agenda is item G1, Rulemaking, Section 100 Changes, Property Tax Rule 301. Staff requests approval to proceed with Section 100 changes to update Property Tax Rule 301, definitions and general provisions to reflect recent statutory changes to Revenue and Taxation Code 1752.2. This item will be presented by Mr. Lynn via the hybrid.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and members of the board.
Good morning.
My name is Lawrence Lynn, and I am a tax counsel with the legal department. I'm here to request the board's approval to complete the Section 100 changes to Rule 301, which is entitled Definitions and General Provisions, and provides definitions of terms that govern the construction of the rules regarding local equalization hearings by county boards. The proposed amendments reflect changes made by Senate Bill 825 to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 1752.2, and staff requests the changes so that Rule 301 can be consistent with the amended Section 1752.2. Thus, we request adoption of the proposed changes to Rule 301 under Section 100, and I thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, are there any questions? I think this item is pretty straightforward and easy. Anything? Mr. Vasquez, is that your hand?
Now we just move adoption of the recommendation of the staff recommendation unless there's other discussion.
All right, there's a motion made. Is there a second?
I second.
All right, before we take up this item, let's see if there's any public comment.
Yes, I forgot.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
If you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time on your telephone keypad. And Madam Chair, there is no one queuing up at this time.
Great, thank you very much. All right, a motion is made by Mr. Vasquez, and it's been seconded by, I forget, who? Was there a second?
Mr. Schaefer.
Mr. Schaefer made that second, all right. Please call the roll.
It's a motion to authorize staff to proceed with Section 100 changes to Property Tax Rule 301, definitions and general provisions as recommended by staff. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great. Thank you very much. Please call the next item.
Our next item on the agenda is G2, Rulemaking Section 100 Changes, Property Tax Rule 905. Staff requests approval to proceed with Section 100 changes to update the references of Property Tax Rule 905, assessment of electric generation facilities to include Revenue and Taxation Code Section 721.5. This item will be presented by Mr. Lynn.
Mr. Lynn, you're up.
Good morning once again, Chair Cohen and members of the board. I'm here also to request the board's approval to complete the Section 100 changes to Rule 905, which is entitled Assessment of Electric Generation Facilities and provides for the assessment of electric generation facilities. Here, the proposed amendments update the statutory reference to include the Revenue and Taxation Code Section 721.5, and we request adoption of the proposed changes to Rule 905 under Section 100. Again, thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Great, thank you very much. Colleagues, are there any discussion, any questions for Mr. Lynn? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
If you'd like to make public comment regarding this item, as a reminder, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Madam Chair, there is no one queuing up at this time.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Members, anyone like to make a motion on this item? All right, motion made by Senator Gaines. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Vasquez. Please call the roll.
Motion to authorize staff to proceed with Section 100 changes to Property Tax Rule 905, assessment of electric generation facilities as recommended by staff. Chair Cohen.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Please call the next item.
Our next item on the agenda is item G3, rulemaking, emergency actions, proposed amendments to Property Tax Rule 462.520. Proposed authorization for publication of notice of proposed emergency action and adoption of proposed amendments of Property Tax Rule 462.520. Exclusion from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers, as an emergency regulation to clarify, interpret, and make specific the administration of the provisions of Revenue and Tax Code, Section 63.2. This item will be presented by Mr. Moon.
Good morning,
morning.
Mr. Moon.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. As the board is well aware, Prop 19 was approved by voters in November of 2020, making changes to the parent-child exclusion from change in ownership and certain base year value transfer provisions. But it also left a number of issues that needed to be clarified and interpreted. Thus, board staff, along with county assessors, worked to have legislation passed and to adopt regulatory guidance on various aspects of Prop 19 as quickly as possible. Although this work culminated in the passage of Senate Bill 539 and 2 new regulations, it was not possible to address all the issues on which guidance was necessary. For that reason, under the authority granted in SB 539, staff, in consultation with the California Assessors Association, drafted emergency amendments to Property Tax Rule 462.520 to clarify aspects of the intergenerational transfer exclusion provisions of Prop 19. Those rules are now before you, and we ask for your adoption of the emergency amendments and approval of the publication of the notice of the emergency rules. If the board does so, the emergency amendments would be effective when approved by the Office of Administrative Law, which we'd anticipate to be sometime in the middle of July. The rules would then be effective for 180 days unless they are readopted, which could happen twice, each time for a 90-day period. To make the emergency rules permanent, a separate process needs to be followed, and staff anticipates beginning that process prior to the expiration of that 180-day period. Finally, we'd like to thank the board for its continued vigilance and support on these Prop 19 issues, and also the California Assessors Association for its continued partnership in crafting guidance for the benefit of all California taxpayers. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you very much. It looks like this is a non-substantive change, so there's no normal notice for the public hearing process. So let's see if there's any public comment. I'll see
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
If you'd like to make public comment on this matter at this time, please press 1, then 0. Madam Chair, there is no one queuing up at this time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vasquez?
Excuse me. Yes, thank you, Mr. Moon, for your presentation. I just have a quick question. You know, since we're adding the accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and the junior ADUs to be included in the principal residence, does that mean that those units don't have to be separately assessed and get the benefit of the exclusion?
Well, what the rules would provide are that those units, under certain conditions, would be considered part of the principal residence transfers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
just a point of clarification. The public hearing on these rules are going to happen through the regular rulemaking process, which happens in order to make these rules permanent. And so that means that the reason why we're not having a public hearing is because these rules are happening under the emergency rulemaking process. So while some of these rules would likely be considered substantive changes, the public hearing and sort of the official regular rulemaking process will happen in due time, not as a part of these emergency regulations, not as part of the emergency regulation process.
All right, thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing that there's no public comment and that there's no other comment from my colleagues up here, Ms. Cicchetti, could you please call the, I'm sorry, let's make a motion to accept. All right.
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Vasquez. Is there a second down here?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schaefer. Let's do a roll call vote.
Motion to authorize publication of notice of proposed emergency action and adoption of proposed amendments to Property Tax Rule 462.520, exclusion from change of ownership, intergenerational transfers, as recommended by staff. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Epperlite.
Aye.
Great, thank you. The motion passes unanimously. And let's call the next item.
Our next order of business will be item G4, rulemaking, emergency actions, proposed amendments to Property Tax Rule 462.540. Proposed authorization for publication of notice of proposed emergency action and adoption of proposed amendments to Property Tax Rule 462.540, change in ownership, base year value transfers, as an emergency regulation to clarify, interpret, and make specific the administration of the provisions of the Revenue and Tax Code, Section 69.6. This item will be presented by Mr. Moon.
Good morning again, Chair Cohen and members of the board. My name is Richard Moon with the Legal Department. This is the second of two proposed emergency amendments to property tax rules related to Proposition 19. And these rules are Property Tax Rule 462.540 that deals with the base year value transfer provisions of Prop 19. And again, although Senate Bill 539 was passed, and the board adopted two new regulations, it was not possible to address all the issues on which guidance was necessary, and thus the need for these emergency amendments to these rules. So these rules are now before you, and we ask for your adoption of the emergency amendments and approval of the publication of the notice of the emergency rules. In terms of timing, if the board does so approves, the emergency amendments would be effective, we would expect, sometime in the middle of July after approval by the Office of Administrative Law. The rules would then be effective for 180 days unless they're readopted, which could happen twice, each time for a 90-day period. To make these emergency rules permanent, staff anticipates entering the regular rulemaking process prior to the expiration of the initial 180-day period. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. Let me see, colleagues, Mr. Vasquez has a question for you.
Yes, once again, thank you for the presentation and all your, especially the staff, all the hard work on this piece. But my question is similar to the one I just asked about the ADUs. and I was just wondering if you can kind of clarify the conditions. I guess, and I think you kind of touched on it a little bit in the earlier discussion or your presentation, but on these ADUs, I think you did mention that they are going to be considered part of the principal residence as opposed to be treated separately. So I just wanted to make it clear.
Yeah, that's correct. So on the base year value transfer provisions, what the rules state reflects what's in Senate Bill 539, Section 69.6, and that is that the accessory dwelling unit or the junior accessory dwelling unit will be considered part of the residence that transfers, the original property that transfers, and not considered as a separate multi-unit dwelling, as long as there are 4 conditions here that need to be met. And so those conditions are that that the ADU or the JADU is not separately alienable, that there's no other types of dwellings on the property, and that I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
You were talking about the conditions, 4 conditions.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The third condition is that one of the dwellings, either the ADU or the main dwelling on the house, is the primary residence. That the claimant occupies one of the structures as their primary residence, and the only other dwelling units on the property are either ADUs or JADUs.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Mr. Eppolite.
Mr. Moon, good to see you. Are you trying to complete the permanent rulemaking process within the 360 days that the emergency regulations are in effect? Is that the goal?
Yes, that would be the goal. As you know, a lot of it may depend on the timing of the Office of Administrative Law, the Department of Finance, as well as dependent on the number and level of public comment that we may or may not receive. But our goal is to do it within the 360-day period, and hopefully really even within the 180-day period if that's possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Colleagues, any questions down here to my left? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Certainly, if you'd like to make public comment on this item, please press 1 then 0 at this time.
Do we have anyone on the line, AT&T moderator?
The suspense is killing me.
I know.
Madam Chair, I do apologize. I experienced a temporary outage. There is no public comment at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. So, members, since there are no other questions, is there a motion for this item?
So moved.
Motion made by Mr. Vasquez. Is there a second?
Schaefer.
Second by Mr. Schaefer. Please call the roll.
Motion to authorize publication of notice of proposed emergency action and adoption of a proposed amendments to Property Tax Rule 462.540, change in ownership, base year value transfers as presented by staff. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye?
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Unanimously. All right, thank you. Please call the next item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Please call the next item.
The next item is K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update. Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Great, thank you. Good to see you, Ms. Stowers. Good morning.
Good morning. I can breathe. Good morning, Chair Cohen, honorable members. I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. Members, for today's report, I will cover 4 items. A brief update on agency reporting. Next, I will cover the implementation of a translation button on the BOE's website. I will then provide an update on recent stakeholder events and highlight some upcoming meetings of note. And finally, there will be a presentation on BOE's standard operating procedures for dealing with mass public disasters, including assistance for taxpayers. Members, the State Leadership Accountability Act, formally or informally known as SLAE, requires all state agencies to monitor their internal control systems to minimize fraud, errors, waste, and abuse of government funds. The Act also requires each agency to report biannually on the adequacy of its control system. The previous two-year period ended in 2021. We have successfully completed our report for the next two-year period and submitted it in advance of the June 30th deadline. This report identifies our risks and our planned controls for these risks. The report for each agency are filed with the Department of Finance and made available to the public via the State Library. Additionally, members, I would like to report that as part of our restored HR delegations, we have resumed regular required reporting to CalHR. For reference, all agencies that have their HR delegation are required to submit regular quarterly reports on various HR items to track and ensure compliance and good practices. Members, as you recall, the board directed the executive director on February 23rd to determine the feasibility of implementing Google Translate on the State Board Equalization website and on the board members' webpage. The Communication Department was tasked with this assignment. Since then, staff has been working closely with our service provider, California Department of Tax and Fee Administration's Web Services Unit, to identify and implement translation services to the BOE website. As you are aware, a new button and page was added to our website, providing stakeholders with several options for translation. The BOE has emulated the State Controller's Office website that features a language option in the menu bar, which allows visitors to interact with the webpage in language other than English. The BOE now has a translate button at the top of the website, and once clicked on, provides 6 languages for users to interact. The languages are Spanish, Chinese Traditional, Chinese Simplified, Filipino, Vietnamese, and Korean. In addition, these options go beyond the exclusive use of Google Translate and allow users to choose based on their preferred web browser. Google Chrome uses Google Translate. Microsoft Edge utilizes Microsoft Translator. Apple Safari utilizes Transfer for Safari. Okay, that's all of them. Each link provides the users instructions in their preferred language on how to interact with the BOE webpage in other languages. Additionally, on a related note, staff completed the translation of the Prop 19 fact sheet into Spanish and is now available on our website. We are also planning to translate the Taxpayer Rights Advocates information sheet into Spanish as they are updated. This plan will include translating various fact sheets into simplified Chinese. The Communications Department will continue to monitor language survey results and website language access inquiries to identify additional information that may warrant translation. I will continue to keep you updated on our progress.
Thank you.
Next, members.
I have
Oh,
a question.
yes, sir.
Yes, are we reaching out to languages because there could be an interest or need, or are we responding to a request for same, like sign language, they respond to a request for same?
We're reaching out in different languages to be inclusive of all of our taxpayers and constituents.
And we have customers that we know in different languages.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will continue, ma'am.
Please.
Next, members, on June 8th, I attended and presented at the Tax Administrators Night hosted by the Los Angeles Chapter of Tax Executive Institute. I would like to thank the Institute for inviting me to this meeting. My presentation provided them an overview of the BOE and the programs we administer, as well as a brief presentation on Prop 19 and BOE-related legislation. It was an excellent opportunity to interact with corporate tax directors and other stakeholders and showcase the important work that the BOE does. Also, on behalf of the members, allow me to publicly thank California Taxpayers Association and Caltex President Rob Gutierrez for the invitation to participate in their 96th annual meeting. We appreciate the opportunity We appreciate the opportunity to participate in this annual event, have panel discussions and Q&A with Caltex board members. We focus on very important property tax administrations. Caltex annual meeting is an excellent forum for feedback and input that we use to better serve and improve our services. Next, members, I would like to highlight a couple of key dates. On August 1st to August 4th, the Northern California Assessors Association will hold its annual regional conference. On October 19th, we will hold our annual meeting with assessors here at 450 N Street. And finally, on November 14th, the annual California Assessors Conference will be held, venue to be determined. I will keep you guys updated on these dates as we move forward. And then finally, members, at last month's meeting, Chair Cohen asked for an overview of the BOE's disaster protocol. With your permission, I would like to ask Ms. Glenna Schultz to come to the table and provide that overview.
Absolutely. Ms. Schultz, come on down. Good morning to you as you make your way.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I am Glenna Schultz, Principal Property Appraiser over the BOE's Assessment Services Unit and the Training and Certification Unit. As requested at last month's board meeting, I will provide you with a brief report on the BOE's standard operating procedures for dealing with mass public disasters, including assistance to taxpayers. First, let me start with a brief introduction on disaster relief. In general, the California Constitution provides that property is eligible for property tax relief when it is physically damaged by misfortune or calamity. Misfortune or calamity has been defined by case law as an event out of the ordinary and unforeseen occurrence beyond the property owner's control. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 170 provides that if a calamity, such as a fire, earthquake, or flooding, damages or destroys a property owner's property, the property owner may be eligible for property tax relief if the county where the property is located has adopted an ordinance that allows property tax relief to owners of damaged or destroyed property without fault from the assessee. In such cases, the county assessor will reappraise the property to reflect its damaged condition. In addition, when it is rebuilt in a like or similar manner, the property will retain its prior Proposition 13 value for tax purposes. To date, all California counties have adopted an ordinance for disaster relief. To qualify for property tax relief, the property owner must file a claim with the county assessor within the time specified in the county's ordinance, or 12 months from the date of damage or destruction, whichever is later. The loss estimate must be at least $10,000 of current market value to qualify the property for this relief. The property will be reassessed according to its damage date, and property taxes will be adjusted accordingly. This property tax relief is available to owners of real property, business equipment and fixtures, orchards, or other agricultural groves, and to owners of aircraft, boats, and certain manufactured homes. It is not available to property that is not accessible, such as state-licensed manufactured homes or household furnishings. This reduction in value applies to physical damage caused by any type of misfortune or calamity, which includes a solitary event, such as a house fire, or a more widespread event, such as a wildfire or an earthquake. If a principal residence is damaged by a wildfire, instead of reconstructing the damaged property, the property owner has the option to transfer their base year value to a replacement home under Proposition 19 when they sell the damaged property. To receive this base year value transfer, the owner must file a claim with the county assessor. As a way to assist property owners in understanding the intricacies of disaster relief, the BOE provides information on its website. The BOE has a separate web page dedicated to disaster relief. The link to this web page is displayed prominently in the yellow ribbon across the top of the BOE's website for easy access. Items that may be found on this disaster relief webpage include a description of disaster relief, claim filing procedures, a quick reference chart listing the various relief options, a chart with links to all letters to assessors relating to disaster relief, relevant annotated legal opinions, and frequently asked questions. In addition, BOE staff provide technical assistance to property owners and county assessors by answering phone calls and by responding to letters and emails. Not all disasters are governor proclaimed, but when they are, the BOE plays an integral role. The BOE maintains a list of events for which the governor has proclaimed a state of emergency on its website to alert taxpayers, assessors, and members of the public of such an event. When BOE staff become aware of a disaster in California, which is done by staying up on current events through social media, staff's general knowledge of an area, or by periodically reviewing the governor's website for a proclamation, BOE staff will verify that the governor has proclaimed a state of emergency for the disaster before updating the list and posting it to the BOE's website. In addition, our communications department updates the BOE's social media channels to further alert those affected by recent disasters. If the property is damaged by an event for which the governor proclaims a state of emergency, then the property owner has a choice of 3 types of base year value transfers instead of reconstructing the damaged property. Last year, we issued letter to assessors number 2021/026, which discusses the 3 types of base year value transfers and the qualification guidelines for each. To receive any of these base year value transfers, the property owner must file a claim with the county assessor. Since claims for disaster relief must be filed with the local county assessor, it is the county assessor that provides claim forms on their website and at their office. The county assessor is responsible for approving or denying all disaster relief claims, and the county assessor provides assistance to property owners in the claim filing process. The BOE works in collaboration with the local county assessors to provide necessary information to all property owners and county assessors needing assistance when there is a disaster, regardless of whether or not the event is a disaster for which the governor proclaimed a state of emergency. This concludes my report, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you for your report. Let me see, colleagues, any questions? Yes, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. You talked about mobile homes not being included in terms of disaster relief in the event of a fire.
Only mobile homes that are licensed by HCD, because they
And-
pay an annual fee.
I'm sorry, what does HCD stand for?
I'm sorry, Department of Housing and Community Development.
Thank you.
And I believe they have separate provisions for disaster relief for
Okay.
those.
Okay, so your typical mobile home owner is going to be protected in the same way as
Correct.
any other homeowner.
Yes, if it's tacked on the local property tax roll, then there is relief available for them through the property tax laws.
Okay. And would that be the same, let's say I'm in a mobile home park and I'm renting my space, but I own the mobile home. So would the mobile home itself be treated in the same fashion?
As long as it's assessed on the property tax roll, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, good. So they could, let me just take it a step further so I understand it. So let's say there's a wildfire, I'm in a mobile home community, I don't own the property underneath me, my mobile home burns up. Let's say the mobile home that I bought, I paid $50,000 for, but today it's $100,000. When it comes to assessment, is that going to be assessed at $50,000?
If you replace it with a similar manufactured home, then yes, you would get your
Yeah,
base year
okay.
value restored.
Okay, that's great. Wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Vasquez?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for your presentation. I appreciate the disaster relief reference chart on our website that lists all the relief available to taxpayers based on property type and the type of disasters that occurred. But I was surprised when I looked further and saw that there was 30 to 40 LTAs listed, letters to assessors, if you want the details. So, and do we have any kind of like a central source, like the Assessor's Handbook or special publication that lists and summarizes all types of relief on how and when they could apply?
We have the letter to assessors on the 3 base year value transfers. I believe we have a separate letter to assessors on new construction exclusion.
And I guess the other one, do we have any information on when and how monetary relief is granted to a taxpayer whose property was substantially damaged or destroyed? Or is this something we leave entirely up to the assessors?
We have information posted on our website that explains what the disaster relief is and that they're eligible for immediate relief once the disaster occurs.
Okay. I guess, you know, when you, it just seems a little overwhelming when you're going, it doesn't seem to be that user-friendly. And I imagine there's just so much, you know, and I'm looking at, on the staffing side, there's just a lot of information, especially when you look at all of the LTAs that are there. And I just was wondering if there was somewhere to make it a little bit more user-friendly or a little bit easier to navigate when you get on the website.
We can certainly look into that.
I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple questions for you, and then, Ms. Stowers, I'm going to pivot back to you for things that you had commented on. Let me pull up my notes. So, Ms. Schultz, thank you very much for your presentation. I think that it's important that
You're
people,
welcome.
knowing how we know, knowing what we know about disaster in the state of California, i.e. fires and floods, it's important to be knowledgeable ahead of the curve, ahead of the disaster, so taxpayers know what's available. So your presentation is helpful in just informing us on the standard operating procedures in responding to these natural disasters. I wanted to know if such information is only valuable, if this information is only valuable to board members, but also taxpayers in general. I mean, do you have a way to assess how much information is being ascertained from the website? I don't know if the taxpayer advocate has insight into this, you know what I mean? I'm just wondering, this information is good, it's rich, and it's pure, but how do we make sure that it's getting to consumers, to the taxpayers? Do you have? If you don't have an answer, it's okay.
That is it's one of the challenging areas is alerting taxpayers of what's available to them. And when after a large disaster hits, I believe FEMA or OES holds some disaster relief centers, and assessors do attend those. Occasionally, we have gone when the assessor was unable to do so. And that's the frontline information that's provided to property owners who have lost homes, and assessors are very proactive when there's a large disaster in their area and trying their best to contact homeowners, which is a challenge once they've lost their home and not sure where they're located
Right.
at.
So there's, I think, a couple things that come to my mind, just given the work that I did as a San Francisco County Supervisor. Usually that's kind of like your first line of defense. You call your supervisor or you call your assembly person or your representative. And I'm wondering if there's a way, and I'm glad Leslie Morgan's here to also join in and listen to the conversation, but a way that we can partner with the agency, the Assessors Association, and also the elected representatives of disaster-prone areas within the state of California. So what I'm suggesting is making the senators and the assembly persons as well as the supervisors aware of this. So presentations at the County Board of Supervisors, presentations to members of the legislature, just so that they are aware of these services. And it's just a professional courtesy. Oftentimes, electeds on that level have newsletters that they write to their constituents, and they're giving information, or they maybe have a link on their own respective website that we can connect to, just so that that information again is out there. Just looking for ways to continue to push it out there. Social media is out there. Assessors I know have their own social media arm as well to help push information. So it's just a conversation that I'm glad we're having to continually engage upon to better our best. Communication is always very tricky, and during a crisis is when people are going to need this information at most. So just wanted to publicly put that on the record. Ms. Morgan is also here to also kind of help us brainstorm some of these ideas. Thank you. If there's no other questions for Ms. Schultz, does that conclude your presentation?
This,
Great.
yes.
Thank you. Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank
Ms.
you, Ms.
Stowers, I
Schultz.
want to pivot back to you. And something that you were saying earlier about the website, the translation button on the website and the documents. I just want to acknowledge that the progress that we're making in the area providing all of our documents is so important. And taxpayer information on our website is important. And of course, the other organizational assets in many languages. And colleagues, just want to remind everyone that I have learned, I've leaned in on this issue since we've been sworn into office, and so it's really good to see some movement. Not quite how I had envisioned it, but nonetheless want to recognize that there's movement. I applaud the translate button being placed on the website, so let's continue to keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. And anything else?
Just kudos to the staff. You know, I know we've been bugging you quite a bit on this issue.
This
And
was a
thanks to the
challenge.
chair, keep on it as well. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. If there's any more to your presentation?
I just want to kind of piggyback on the disaster.
Sure. And then I want to talk about CDTFA, but go ahead,
Okay.
just a note. All right.
You know, California, we are prone to disaster, whether it's fire or flood or earthquake. Maybe we don't get floods, but earthquakes and fires is what are our two main disasters. And when Chair Cohen, when you brought this up, it made me think about our process and my experience when it comes to disaster relief. And I thought, wow, it's been a while. And it's really sad that it's almost automatic that we go through this process. We have a declared disaster. We partner with everyone. We get out there and we work those sites. And it just kind of made me recall that I remember working a site in 1980 for the Loma Prieta earthquake.
Oh, okay.
And traveling back and forth to that zone. And it was a challenge. And then I went and visited the site 2 or 3 years ago for the Santa Rosa fires. And I just saw the difference. Before, everything was manual and paper-driven. Now we're using technology so that we have our assessor partners there. If they provide them with the forms that they need to take care of their property value, we have the Franchise Tax Board there and CDTF there. They get their paperwork as well, because oftentimes everything's destroyed. So they're there to provide that service in addition to first aid and food services and clothes, because again, everything is destroyed. So it's just kind of made me think about it. It's sad that it's almost automatic that we just go into gear and we take care of it, but it's the situation that we're in.
Yes.
Okay, I know you have more questions for me.
Yeah, it's actually quite, it goes back to what you were talking, the update on the HR delegation, which, we've been leaning in since we got here in 2019. I'm a little concerned about the agency just taking on additional Cal HR responsibilities, given that not having appropriate headcount, and I guess I want to have the confidence to know that we're able to fully function.
We are still, I guess you're talking about our vacancies?
Yes.
Okay.
The vacancies, yeah. I know Mr. Gaines has also been equally vocal on that issue.
Yeah, and I want to still Ms. Renati Stunner, but we are constantly recruiting.
Oh.
And so we do have vacancies. It's not what it was 4 years ago. It's now it's like we hire or we promote within, so we create another vacancy, which is a great thing to promote within. But I know that the team just went to a job fair last week,
Okay.
so we're out there, and the recruitment team, I might as well say, was quite diverse.
Let me back up for a second. I am not offering a criticism. I want to acknowledge you're right. In the last 3 years that I've been involved with the agency and on this body, we have made headway. Absolutely. So this is not I'm not offering a criticism. I don't want you to, certainly, any one of the staff to feel defensive. Matter of fact, my compliments for the work. I just want to continue, I guess just wanted an update to know that you were still moving in the right direction.
We're still moving in the right direction, absolutely. We're still looking to, expand our staff. We're looking, I don't know, someone, we're looking at our classifications to see where we need some improvements there. And that's really one of the areas that we're having a gap at.
Okay.
But
yeah.
we're working on it constantly.
I know you are, I know. And how are things going? So the HR delegation has been restored, right? And do you have, what else, I should ask, what else do you need in order to continue to get this agency up, operational, fully on her feet?
The HR delegation was a step in the right direction. As you know, we have CDTFA as our service provider for human resources. That partnership is actually working quite well. We meet with them weekly. Not an issue. Of course, it would be great to be a standalone, but for cost and efficiency, I would not recommend it at this time.
Are you able to tell us why? What are you basing your recommendations on?
My thing, because we would have to go out and recruit HR specialists in order to have our own HR team. And I'd rather have our attention focused on recruiting those in operational, within the property tax department, within the legal team.
Okay. Understood. Thank you. Colleagues, I don't have any other questions. Does anyone else? Nope. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. That concludes my presentation for K1A.
Thank you. Let's try public comment.
The next item is K1B, Executive Director's Report, extension of time to complete local assessment role, report on time extensions for the counties of Amador, El Dorado, Humboldt, Lassen, Placer, Tehama, and Yuba to complete and submit 2022 local assessment roll pursuant to Revenue and Tax Code Section 155. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Thank you. Ms. Stowers, before you present, I just wanted to check in with with our staff to make sure that they don't need a break or a rest break. It's just 11 o'clock. Are we okay? Can we continue? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, Revenue Taxation Code Section 616 requires county assessors to annually complete their local assessment roll by July 1st. Section 155 provides that the board or the executive director may extend by 30 days the deadline for any official act by the assessor. In the case of public calamity, the deadline may be extended by 40 days. Section 155 also requires that the executive director inform the board of such extensions at its next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that Amador, El Dorado, Humboldt, Lassen, Placer, Tahimi, and Yuba County assessors have requested and have been granted a 30-day extension for completing their 2020 assessment roll. To date, we have received and approved 20 requests for extensions for completions of the 22 local assessment roll. Members, that completes my presentation. I am available for any questions that you may have.
All right, great, thank you. Let's see, any questions for this presentation? Okay, let's just take a quick 10-minute break. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take public comment after the break. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I gotta get something corrected. Thank you.
Okay, for item K1A and B, we're going to go out for public comment
Yes.
on the executive director's report.
And before we go back out to public comment, I just want to recognize the executive director is back and see if there's anything that she wanted to add.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the additional time. I wanted to make some clarification as far as to where we're going. It's great that we have our HR delegation, and we do have our service provider, but to be quite honest with you, to be a complete and full agency and stand alone and be successful, we do need to have our own administrative services. My response to you earlier, I was focusing more on program, because program is equally as important.
Yes.
But I would like to say that we have some support service with Ms. Taylor's group, but it's not complete. And it does require, it does slow us down some. So for the record, we need at least administrative services. I mean, that's HR, that's accounting, it's the whole shop.
I completely understand and certainly stand in agreement with you, and will continue to work to help help us collectively. Mr. Vasquez.
Just to follow up on that, when you're saying we need administrative services, I'm assuming you're referring to staff, more staffing for that.
We first of all, we need to be authorized to have it.
Oh.
The way the AB 102 was enacted, they say that we do not have administrative services, and we're required to get our services from CDTFA. So there will be a law change that allow for us to have our own administrative services. That would be the first step.
So that didn't happen with this last move on HR then?
No, that just provided us with the ability to hire without having to go to Cal HR for their approval. But we still have to go to CDTFA as our service provider to process the paperwork.
So it sound, and I think you touched on it, so at the end of the day, we're talking about seeing if we can get some legislation to reverse that. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Anyone on this end? Nope. Okay. Let's continue to public comment, and then we'll continue with the executive director's final report.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
If you'd like to make a public comment on this matter, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Madam Chair, there is no public comment in queue at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Ms. Chiquetti, I'll go back to you.
The next item is K1C, Executive Director's Report, Operational Priorities. This report, the report on the status of the operational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Great. Good morning, Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director, and today I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities. The first item is recruitment. Since our last meeting, we have filled 5 positions. 4 were with professionals new to the BOE, and 1 was an internal promotion. Our remaining vacancies are in active recruitment, and we continue to focus on this important effort. The next item is our mandated training. By statute and civil service rules, state agencies must provide employees with specific training courses on an annual basis, and others are on every 2 to 4 years. The training includes important topics such as ethics, information security, anti-nepotism, and harassment prevention. To ensure all BOE employees timely complete these state-mandated courses, we have updated BOE policy to institute a training cycle so that all BOE employees complete specific portions of the mandated training at the same time. The mandated classes are provided online, are self-paced, and the time expended per class varies from a short 15-minute course to up to 3.5 hours. The use of an agency-wide training cycle eliminates the need to track individual employee training histories and allows the agency to efficiently ensure compliance and document the completion of this important effort. This concludes my presentation on operational priorities. I'm available to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Do you see any other priorities that are not on the list that we are overlooking that you think that we need to be paying attention to?
The others, I have a report coming up on Prop 19. I have another
Okay.
one coming up on budget.
Okay.
So those I did not include since they're separate items on the pan. We're working on our process improvement projects, continuing for the entire agency. And majority of our efforts right now are on succession planning and recruitment, which is our workforce.
Yeah.
So that's where we spend the majority of our day on operational priorities.
Can you give me an update? How did things go on the, I guess, the last job fair you guys you attended?
We had a recent job fair, and that was an in-person event, which is new for us to have an in-person event. We did discover we need a sunshade. It was very hot outside.
Where were you?
It was locally in Sacramento, and so we sent 2 of our team members over, with the table and tablecloth chairs, but no sunshade. So we have a sunshade on the way, and that
With the appropriate branding?
with the appropriate branding, of course.
Okay.
And our communications director will ensure that we do that. So it went well. They most of the time spending just who is BOE, what positions do we have. The positions vary from our professional staff down to our entry level, our office technicians, and those that people that need a degree and don't need a degree. So bringing them all in. So getting that important effort. Whether the next question we always ask is how many people did we hire because of that event, and that number is not available right now, but. Recognizing that when it comes to recruitment, it does take some time. You get your name out there, you put a bug in someone's ear, and then they think of you later on when they're hiring. So, and that's how I think the majority of people that work for BOE found BOE, myself included, was not overtly looking for BOE. It was coming, hearing
So BOE
it, seeing
found
it.
you?
They pulled me out of line, to be honest, but yes.
Question, so where did you announce this recruitment event?
This event was co-announced with CDTFA, and they have an entire recruiting team that we take. They provide everything to us and let us know what's going on. And so this was a last-minute request that we jumped into because they found out about it and thought we'd be a perfect fit. So we found out about this one through CDTFA. I'm not positive if we were able to put it on our social media very quickly. I would think so, because generally that gets done, or CDTFA presents the information for us.
So do you send it to a database? Do you send it, I didn't know about it, so tell me how you get the word out.
So if we have, for the local colleges, we have what's called a handshake account. Used to be LinkedIn accounts were the thing to have, now it's a handshake account.
Got it.
So we have accounts with all of those, with all the campuses, and we can send notices out to all of them. We also have on LinkedIn, where we still are using our, the older method, as we'll call it, although I think it's still relevant. And then those are the 2 main methods we're using for recruitment. We're working on it since I do have a one-man shop for my communications department, but we're working towards getting that augmented to have someone help from Kathy's shop. So.
Okay, great, thank you, I appreciate that. Colleagues, any other questions?
Yes, if I could.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Eppolite. And then we'll get to you.
It was in Sacramento, and that's about all I know for you for the answer, since I did not attend to it. Oh, I'm sorry, I heard the answer coming to me, EDD's parking lot. So.
Would you hold job fairs at Sac State?
We have done, right now we've done, we would do them at Sac State. Right now, we're doing them all online, and that's what we've done through COVID, is doing them online. So those will be, we're in a group setting, and then we do one-on-one talks with people that are interested in BOE. We've also done some one-on-one, faux interviews. So you're kind of giving people an idea of what an interview would be like, giving that training to the college campus students. And also looking at community colleges, knowing that sometimes people in their second career are looking for something, and accounting tends to be a second career degree, I've noticed. So going after those, so.
Okay, Mr. Gaines?
Yes, I just want to take a look again at these 5 hires. So we had, so 4 of the 5 were external.
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so that's good, because I like internal promotion, but it's also nice to get folks that aren't familiar with the organization coming in. And can you tell me a little bit about the nature of their skill sets, of those coming from the outside?
One, that I know one of them is no, I don't know them, I know of them. They were a former county employee that worked for an
Okay.
assessor's office.
Okay.
They retired, and then they
We
realized.
actually hired someone from a county assessor's
We
office?
did, yes.
Oh, my gosh. I
They-
think for
yeah.
the last decade, it's gone the other way, hasn't it?
They relocated to
that's-
Sacramento for
okay,
retirement,
all right.
and then realized that perhaps they retired too young, and so they're coming on board.
Sure.
We had another person come from a county a while ago, and now they've transferred into, into another department of the agency.
Okay.
So it's
Good.
working.
Good. And our vacancy rate is low. I mean, we're
It's-
almost at the state average. We're a little
We're
higher.
almost.
So that's very encouraging. And as was discussed earlier, I mean, this was one of our biggest challenges when we were first sworn in. So it's so nice to see it being managed and getting good, quality, competent people. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, did you have a question?
No, I'm good. My question's to, I think she's going to report on it a little bit later, so I'll wait.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you. Let's continue.
The next item is K1D, Executive Director's Report, Proposition 19, Implementation Project, a report on the status of the agency's Proposition 19 Implementation Project. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Thank you again. For the record, I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I'll provide an update on our Prop 19 implementation project. A high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda, and I'm happy to report that the status of BOE's implementation of Prop 19 is green. Our Proposition 19 implementation plan project has been in place for about 19 months. Staff ensures taxpayers and stakeholders have the information they need and continue to look for ways to improve our ability to provide information as needed. As you know, we have a dedicated webpage to Prop 19, which can be accessed from our homepage. The web pages include guidance, frequently asked questions, related legislation, and additional resources to assist taxpayers. As of June 27th, yesterday, our Prop 19 webpage has received approximately 342,350 unique external page views since we launched the page in November 2020. This includes an additional 15,955 unique external page views since my last report in May 2022. This concludes my presentation on this topic. I'm available to answer any questions.
Any questions? Nope. All right. Yes, Mr. Gaines.
I think what's interesting in terms of the page views for Prop 19 is it doesn't seem to be diminishing.
Correct. It went up
I
from
mean,
last month. It
people
was
are constantly
11,000.
having
yeah.
questions when someone dies in the family. I'm sure it's all brought forward and figured out. So I think it just shows you the value of our website. And speaking to Chair Cohen and her emphasis on how important it is that we're making sure that we're communicating with our constituents. And, so the more we can do, the better we can do it, so that people know we're there and we're answering questions. That's great. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you. All right, let's continue.
The next item is K1E, Executive Director's Report, Budget Quarterly Report, a report on the status of the BOE budget. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Again, Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today I will provide a quarterly update on the agency's budget. Our current expenditure reports for the period ending May 31st, 2022, show that we are on target or in the green for our year-end budget projections. We are expected to expend 85% of our allocated personal services budget and almost 80% of our operating expense and equipment budget by the end of the fiscal year on June 30th. One of the reasons for our low operating and expense and equipment budget is due to the change in our business operations and reduction in travel due to COVID-19. As we return to our new normal, which includes in-person audits, in-person assessment practices surveys, in-person training, and the like, it's expected that we will expend more closely to the end of our allocated amounts. Lastly, we continue to provide monthly expenditure reports by unit to our senior staff, as well as individual reports of expenditures to each of your board member offices. These reports are provided so that each unit has an understanding of their unit's allocation and expenditures to date. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any specific questions you have on this topic.
All right, thank you. I don't have any questions in my notes. Seeing none, thank you. Yep. Is there anything that stands out to you when you're reviewing the budget, particularly for the Board of Equalization, the agency?
Really our personnel services is the largest portion of our budget, and so filling our vacancies does get us closer to to that 100%. As far as our OE&E, the lack of...
O&E.
Oh, I'm sorry, operating expense and equipment.
Okay.
So that is the other portion of our budget, and what really stands out is the fact that we haven't traveled due to COVID.
Right.
As the reports will tell you later on, we've improved where we're doing more in-person and online courses for our training, but we recognize that in-person involvement, you can't always replicate in an online class. So going back and doing our surveys or our audits or our training in person, that'll increase our budget, and that, when we get to that, we'll get closer to that 100%. Don't want to get too close to the fire. We want to get to 100, but get over to 90.
Right. And are you able to pull these reports with ease? Or are
We-
you still,
so
are we
it's-
still reliant on other people giving us the information?
We get the reports with ease. We have weekly meetings with the budget department. One of the things we're improving on is when we broke up the agency, we had a certain number of unit codes assigned to us so we could allocate by the different units. Recently, we obtained additional unit codes, so we're going through the approval process to access more unit codes within our department. That will allow us to allocate even greater down to a department. For instance, in county assessed properties, we have 1 unit, we can get down to 3 units. So when we're asked, exactly how training is doing or exactly how handbooks are doing, we'll have more information available at our fingertips on how that spending is going.
And I realize that these questions are asked by the Department of Finance. What do they do with that information?
I can't tell you what Department of Finances does with our information.
Okay.
I imagine...
A
they're
question
making-
that we should
yeah.
probably pose and ask in response to them. So just for clarification, did we start the year with any reduction assumptions?
We did not, but we did have some reductions this year. That's
Please describe them and tell us what they were and how much.
often called a budget drill.
Okay.
We did take a 5% cut in OE&E, and that was requested of the governor, and so we did.
Was this request made across
Correct, across all
all
agencies.
agencies, right?
And
Okay.
departments. So we took a 5%, we did allocate a 5% cut. We allocated it in facilities, which was,
Easy to do?
sustainable for us, yes.
Okay. And are there any savings related to remote work? And was that baked into the budget?
I wouldn't say there's savings by
Okay.
remote work, because we still have our current facilities. And we are having, at the same time, we're upgrading equipment to ensure we can work remotely. So I wouldn't say there's a savings, but I wouldn't say we have an increase either, so we're within budget.
Okay, thank you. And individual office I know I've made some requests months ago just to help with working remotely and to enhance the video conferencing element that we're still incorporating in our life. Although this body is now meeting in person, a lot of these Zooms that I do, particularly with my assessors, are still that Microsoft Teams platform. And just wanted to, well, actually, maybe I'll talk to you offline about those individual requests to see about getting it filled. I think it's been out there since about February. I'll follow up with you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Colleagues, yes, Mr. Eppolite?
Ms. Renati, was the travel budget revised down for auditors because of COVID and now on a go-forward basis? Will it then have to be adjusted back up coming out of COVID, that auditors will be allowed to travel again?
Thank you for your question. Our allocation actually is for OE&E, or operating expense and equipment, is just one number, and we allocated ourselves to the different categories. So we didn't make a reduction on our own on our allocations. So there's nothing to move around. So it's just one number that we allocated to different categories.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Ms. Renati, is there any anticipated budget increases for next year? I mean, as we kind of come out, traveling will increase?
We don't have any increase. The only thing we noticed was due to a reconciliation, we have technically one more position, but it was just due to a reconciliation performed, but.
And which department is that additional?
Property tax department.
Okay.
Ended up with an extra, but it's just it was just a long time coming
Okay.
roundup.
Is that, are you going to be able to realize that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
We'll fill everything we can.
All right, I appreciate that. All right, let's keep moving
Question, if I
forward.
could?
Oh,
just-
I'm sorry,
just a
yes.
It's really a follow-up of what you had asked Chair Cohen. In terms of office space, are we going to review the need for all the office space that we have if, in fact, we continue to have employees working out of their homes? I mean, at what point do you say we have overcapacity in terms of office space and we ought to be trimming to kind of right-size it, given that I think a shift has occurred in this country, at least for certain types of jobs? Are we going to make a decision at some point and figure this out, or because right now we're paying full rent?
Okay, you're looking to me. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to, if we've got, what percentage of our workforce is working out of the home?
We have all of our workforce is working 2 days a week, at least 2 days a week in the office.
Okay.
We have a few people that are 5 days a week in the office, and the remaining work at home.
Okay. So.
Well, they work at home the rest of their time, I should say.
Yeah, so is there a scenario where we could, you could have shared cubicle space, since not everybody's there at the same time, that would then reduce our footprint for the rental, the building that we're paying rent on? And I don't know the conditions of, is it a lease? How many years is the lease for?
Are you talking about the office space that they're in
About
the
Opus,
promenade?
yeah.
Okay.
And we just moved into that facility.
Yes.
But, I've got an insurance business, and we closed my office down. My employees wanted to work out of the home. And now we moved to a different location at a smaller space, but we reduced our office footprint by about 80%. And that's a little small business, right? And I know the BOE is different, and it's a governmental entity, but I just think we ought to be keeping an eye on, are we spending more than necessary for office space, given that 60% of the time our employees are not in that space? And if there's not overlap, I mean, if you're trying to have coverage on site for 4 of the 5 days a week, and you're going 2 and 2, doesn't make sense to look at that.
I don't know. It might be a little premature to have this conversation. I mean, you have businesses trying to bring their employees back into the space. I have no idea what the direction that the governor is going to be legally requiring all of us. So, but I do agree that we should be very prudent in paying attention.
Yeah, I just think,
to
yeah.
our budget, to our bottom line, and
Right.
really not be wasteful
Right.
in any way. So,
Yeah, I don't know what the timeline
I don't think
is.
Ms. Renati has an answer for that today, but I know that she's paying attention to
Yeah,
the budget.
I'm just thinking, as a board, that's something we ought to be discussing in the future. And I don't know if it's a year out or what, but I think it's something that we ought to be reflecting on.
All right, we will revisit it, keep it on our
Great.
mind. Mr.
Thank you.
Schaefer?
Well, I'm a property manager, and I know that the cost of a parking space downtown is...
Speak to the mic, they can't hear you.
I'm a property manager, and I know that the cost of a parking space downtown is an arm and a leg, and if we have people that are working out of the office just 2 days a week and paying for 5 days a week parking place, maybe we could give up some parking places and maybe just have them pay for daily parking someplace, or heaven forbid, they might find a parking place out front of the business. I don't know, but we have to always be aware of the cost of parking when we make adjustments, and the cost of office use too.
Yeah, I'm sure Ms. Renati is paying attention to all of those, all of these costs, as well as CDTFA, as well as the Department of Finance. There are many people that are paying attention to the costs. So if there are no other questions, thank you very much. We can continue moving forward.
The next item is K1F, Executive Director's Report, Special Taxes Quarterly Report, General Discussion on Special Taxes Workload over the last 3 months. This matter will be presented by Ms. Laurel Williams.
Thank you. Do we need
See
to
the
take,
hybrid?
okay, but we don't need to take public comment or anything on
Not until the end of the report.
packages? Thank you. All right, hello. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. I am Laurel Williams, the BOE's Technical Advisors for Special Taxes. I'll be providing you with a report regarding the BOE's special tax programs today. I will provide some program updates as well as a few requested items. I'm going to start with the alcoholic beverage tax. The alcoholic beverage tax, as you may remember, is a per gallon excise tax collected on alcoholic beverages in California. Currently, there are 10,648 accounts, which is up from the 10,219 accounts I reported in March. At the last meeting, I was asked by Mr. Schaefer to report the tax rates for Nevada and Utah in comparison to California's rates. Generally, the alcohol rates are broken down into 3 categories: a distilled spirits rate, a beer rate, and a wine rate. So I'll be providing the comparisons in those categories. The beer is the most consistent throughout the nation, as there is a definition of beer and what goes into it, and most states regulate it very similarly. So the beer rates throughout the nation range from 2 cents a gallon to just over $1 per gallon. California, we are at 20 cents per gallon. Nevada is at 16 cents per gallon, and Utah is at 41 cents per gallon. The wine rate is, we have a still wine rate and a sparkling wine rate in California, with our still wine rate being 20 cents per gallon and our sparkling wine being at 30 cents per gallon. It's fairly common. Several states have a higher rate for sparkling wines. Nevada has a 70 cent per gallon rate. That is across the board for still and sparkling. This is where Utah is significantly different than our state and Nevada. As you may know, Nevada and 16 other states, so 17 states total, are what are considered state-controlled states. So you can only purchase, in Nevada, for instance, you can only purchase distilled and spirits and wine at a state-run store. They have approximately 50 state-run stores, and there is a price that includes a markup, the tax, and they even build in shipping and things like that. You can go, if you are interested in buying the product, for instance, a particular bottle of wine, they have a website that you can log in and see the inventory, which store has the inventory. If it's not currently in inventory, they will order it for you and or provide you a price quote to see if you'd like it ordered. So comparing Nevada and California to Utah in the wine area is different, quite a bit different, as they incorporate all that into their pricing. Utah also does that with the distilled spirits. But in California, we have a $3.30 per gallon distilled rate for all distilled spirits that are under 100 proof, and if they're over 100 proof, it's $6.60. This split is fairly common throughout the nation. However, different states have do the split at different levels. Nevada is $3.60, so they're a little bit higher than us for the lower rate, but a little bit lower for the higher alcohol content. There are many additional complexities in analyzing these For instance, that would create like an actualized tax rate. Certain states charge sales tax or additional fees on the distillers or for the distributors. So while I just did a comparison of the tax rate itself, the actual differences could be not reflected in the numbers I just gave you. The next item that I am going to visit in alcohol was requested by Mr. Gaines regarding the revenues. The revenues were approximately $405 million in fiscal year 2020 to 2021. This is up from $369 million in 2019 and to 2020, and up from $378 million in 2018-2019. Regarding the program itself, this program is continuing to operate at a very high compliance level, and there are currently no appeals for the program. The next item that I'm going to talk about is our other special tax program, which is the tax on insurers. Insurance companies may be subject to as many as 3 types of insurance taxes in California, and currently there are 2,637 active accounts, which is slightly up from the 2,623 accounts I reported in March. As requested by Mr. Gaines, the revenues are for fiscal year 2020 to 2021, approximately $2.7 billion, which is up from $2.55 billion in 2019-2020 and $2.38 billion in 2018-2019. There are also currently no appeals for this program, and it is also running on a very high compliance situation. So we need to have, since I gave my last report, there has not been a full quarter, and many of these accounts all report on an annual basis. So there just hasn't been many metrics to share with you guys since the last report. I can report that we are meeting regularly with CDTFA as they are helping us administer the program through an IAA, and their staff has been, in regards to the special taxes, they've been very collaborative, very responsive. Everything when I am looking for something, for instance, I wanted to provide you the most current data regarding the active accounts, and when I reach out to them, they respond usually same day, sometimes even within minutes. So that has been great. Also, when we've asked them if there's any issues regarding the program, they're very quick to say, help us. I did recently reach out to ask them if there were any things regarding the programs that we should have on our radar, and they said that the programs are doing fine. This concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Let me see, colleagues, any questions? Mr. Gaines, looks like he has one.
Yeah,
Mr. Gaines has a question.
Thank you. Number one, I just wanted to thank you for providing that data, just so we have a sense of what's happening with the revenue for alcohol and for insurers for the last couple of years. But I was wondering if you could just help me a little bit, because you used a term managed through IAA. Can you expand on that? What is that?
Yes, sorry, we have an interagency agreement.
Okay, all right.
With CDTFA.
Wonderful. But it sounds like from what you're saying is that it looks like it's operating smoothly, and it seems like the industries, both industries are satisfied with the service being provided. Yes, to my knowledge, and as I mentioned, we regularly check in with CDTFA, and as far as I'm aware and what they're expressing to us, there have been no concerns. Good. And if there were, they would come to you? They know who to speak to if there's an issue?
Yes, we have liaisons from BOE. Myself, I'm one of the liaisons. Ms. Renati is also in many of the meetings.
Okay.
And CDTFA has also designated liaisons who I can reach out to directly. And in several cases, I am actually provided access directly to the CDTFA staff, and I CC the liaisons so they're aware, but that helps kind of expedite, for instance, with some of the data sets and stuff. So they've been very cooperative in that realm.
That's great. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, any other questions? Anyone on this end? No? I don't know, Ms. Williams, anything else that you wanted to share with us? Any other lingering thoughts?
No additional lingering thoughts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going smoothly.
Okay, that's really good to hear. Any other inquiries from members of the legislature or any other parts of the state government on the special tax quarterly report? Do we share this information that you are reporting to us?
Oh, we do share some of it. For instance, the revenues are provided in each year in the annual report. The number of the active accounts is, at the time of that annual report, I believe is also included. Some of the other information regarding, for instance, the number of appeals is not. So it's the, but yes, most are shared.
Great. Great, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. Let's see if there's any public comment. Ms. Cicchetti, please.
We could go to public comment in just 1 second. I want to let you know that we're having technical difficulties with the closed captioner.
Okay.
And so let's go to the AT&T moderator for this item,
Okay.
and then we will see where we are. AT&T moderator, can you please let me know if we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time?
If you would like to make public comment on this matter at this time, please press 1, then 0. Madam Chair, there is no one queuing up for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd like to make an announcement before we proceed to the next item. If anyone needs to have the captioning service, the YouTube has it provided that you'd be able to use that service until our captioning service is restored. So there is an available service for anyone who would have that need at this time. Our captioning service is being reviewed. But we could go to the next item.
Okay. Let's continue. Thank
Okay.
you.
The next item is K2A, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, Operational Update. Update on activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, including Proposition 19, education, outreach, and other matters. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Welcome, Ms. Thompson. Good to see you. Please proceed.
So good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and also on Proposition 19, education and outreach. First, I'd like to share with you some statistics on the number of completed cases that our office completed this month, in May, this past month, and provide some insight on the type of those cases, as well as on the topic areas within those cases. I'll be going over the statistics from the memo that was attached to the public agenda notice, which breaks down the completed cases by board member district, as well as within the administrative and valuation category, and then by topic area within that category. In May 2022, we completed 20 cases. 6 were in board member Gaines's district, 4 in board member Cohen's district, 3 were in Board Member Vasquez's district, and 7 were in Board Member Schaefer's district. Of the 20 cases completed, 3 were for the administrative category and 17 from the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellations, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies from the property tax bill. And the valuation category includes topics such as changes ownership, declines in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new construction, actual enrollment of values, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category and its 3 cases in total, 1 pertained to special assessments and 2 pertained to access to data. With respect to valuation category and its 17 in total, 4 pertained to change in ownership, 1 involved disaster relief, 4 pertained to exclusions from reassessment, 4 involved exemptions, and 3 pertained to actual enrollment of value, and the last involved general property taxation. To provide some additional insight on the specific types of the exclusion and exemption cases, I offer the following breakdown. For the 4 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 3 pertain to the parent-child exclusion, and 1 pertained to the base year value transfer for those age 55 and over. 2 of the 3 parent-child exclusion cases occurred during current law of Proposition 19, with 1 falling under the prior law of Prop 58, since the transfer occurred before the February 16, 2021 effective date for Proposition 19's exclusion, intergenerational exclusion provisions. And the 1 case pertained to base year value transfers was under Proposition 19 current law, since 1 or more of the events occurred on or after the April 1st, 2021 effective date for Proposition 19's base year value transfer provisions. Thus, 3 of the 4 exclusion cases fell under the purview of Proposition 19. For the 4 cases involving exemptions, 2 pertain to the homeowner's exemption, 1 for the welfare exemption, and 1 for the disabled veterans exemption. To provide some additional insight on the nature of the cases that our office works on to assist taxpayers, I offer some additional information to you. An example of a case our office helped resolve occurred as a taxpayer had applied for the disabled veterans exemption with the county assessor's office on a house that was purchased the year before. The taxpayer was frustrated because he felt it was taking too long for the assessor to process his claim, and he had limited income from disability benefits and couldn't afford to pay the property taxes without the exemption. We coordinated with the assessor's office and asked if they could expedite the processing of the claim so he could receive a refund as part of his taxes he had already paid, and also so it could be applied before the fiscal year 2022-23 assessment. The assessor's office processed the disabled veterans exemption claim and granted the exemption for the last fiscal year, 2021-22, and also for the upcoming 22-23, which will be enrolled by July 1. The disabled veterans exemption is much better than having the $7,000 homeowner's exemption. As you know, our agency publishes the disabled veterans exemption amounts annually for county assessors to use statewide in its granting of exemption to qualified candidates. For the 2022 fiscal year, the basic disabled veterans exemption was $147,535, and for 22-23, the basic exemption is $149,993. The taxpayer was pleased to know that the exemption was granted and that the assessed value on his property will be about $150,000 lower on his taxes for his assessment. We explained that each year the exemption amount will actually increase by an inflation factor, and that he could look at our website at our annual letter to assessors on the published amounts, so he would have an idea before he actually received his tax bill. Additionally, although the taxpayer did not express concerns to our office about the application for base year value transfer that he had filed with the assessor's office, because he had only filed it a short time before he called our office regarding the disabled veterans exemption, The assessor's office had advised us that one had been filed and that they would expedite its processing as well. Before the assessor could process the base year value claim, they needed to coordinate with another county assessor's office since the original property was located in a different county than the replacement. In order for the base year value transfer to be processed, the assessor actually has to find out what the factored base year value of the original property was and the market value at the time of sale. Then consider any market value differences in the replacement if the replacement was of higher value to determine the new taxable value of that replacement home. The request form that one county to another requests information on is on a standardized form, and that form is prescribed by our agency and used by assessors statewide. The assessor's office also coordinated with the county tax auditor's office to expedite the processing of its refunds. So the taxpayer received his refunds shortly after we coordinated with the assessor's office to process the disabled veterans exemption claim. Our office made sure that the taxpayer received his refunds and adjustment to his property tax liability for the granting of the disabled veterans exemption. The taxpayer benefited greatly from this and was thankful for the financial burden being lifted. The next item that I would like to report on to keep the members informed is on work associated with Proposition 19, Education and Outreach. As to the Proposition 19 fact sheet, which addresses all of the intergenerational transfers and base year value transfer provisions of Proposition 19, as you know, a revised fact sheet was issued in April, incorporating the information on Proposition 19's implementing legislation and our property tax department's recently issued guidance. Earlier this month, the Proposition 19 fact sheet was made available to the BOE website, published in Spanish, and that was also publicized on our social media platforms. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office information sheets will also be translated to Spanish and posted to our website. The TRA office work has been done on the information sheets for the parent-child transfer and grandparent-grandchild transfer, and those are currently being worked on by the Forms and Publications section to make them ADA compliant for posting to our website. So they will be posted to our website after they have been made accessible. Similarly, the TRA office has completed its work on the new information sheets for the base year value transfers for persons age 55 and older under Proposition 19, as well as revise existing information sheets for prior law. These information are also in the beginning phase of the process with Forms and Publications to make ADA compliant. At future board meetings, I will update the members on the status of other Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office information sheets, as well as when those have been posted that have been completed. I'd like to go ahead and respond actually to Chair Cohen's question that she had asked during Glenna Schultz's presentation. And that was regarding the disaster relief and whether the TRA office has involvement in helping to educate taxpayers in that area. The TRA office does believe that there is a lot of information, ample and comprehensive information on our website on the various relief provisions available to those that have unfortunately suffered a disaster such as a wildfire. But additionally, the TRA office will be drafting an information sheet addressing the disaster relief options for base year value transfer under Proposition 19. So that will be one of our efforts as well. That will be done right after we finish the base year value transfers for a disabled person. Then we'll move on to the disaster relief. So thank you for that. The last item that I wanted to update the members on is preparation for the upcoming Taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing to be held August 30th, 2022. Posters and flyers publicizing the hearing were mailed to local agencies earlier in June, those involved with the property tax system, asking them to post them in public areas of their office for the public to see. An LTA was issued advising assessors and interested parties of the opportunity to attend and participate in the hearing. That was also done in June. The communications officer, Peter Kim, and I are currently working with the CDTFA media production team on a public service announcement, similar to what was done last year. And that video will be produced, and then it will be posted to the agency's website. And we will have further outreach efforts about the TRA Bill of Rights hearing. I will update the members at future meetings as we publicize the hearing in the upcoming months in advance of the August 30th, 2022 hearing. And I'm available if anyone has any questions. Otherwise, that concludes my update.
Let's see.
Before we go any further, I'd just like to make an announcement that the closed captioning has been restored.
Thank you. Mr. Vasquez.
Just a quick question. When you talked about the Prop 19, well, the whole transfer of ownership, I guess with the issue that we've been kind of struggling with in terms of intergenerational wealth with these, a lot of the folks that were fortunate enough to buy property over the last 30 years. And I don't know how you reach them, but every time I go out in the community and I'm talking to folks, people are not even aware that they're not going to be able to pass on more than one property to their siblings. And in fact, for those that have, not siblings, but to their kids. But for those that were fortunate enough to acquire 3 or 4 properties, now are going to have to make that hard decision, which one is going to take the one home, and then the others, I guess officially they could still will it over to them, but they're going to get hit, obviously, with some taxes here. Is there anything that we have, or is there any way that some of, folks, I guess I'm thinking about, can get around it somehow through, is it a trust or something that makes it available if they put the properties in a trust now versus waiting until the death?
Yeah, so I mean, our office doesn't really provide legal advice on how to avoid assessment, but we have information available that kind of explains what transfers occur and whether, that does impact a reassessment. But now with the passage of Proposition 19, those transferring properties from, say, a parent to a child, unless it's a principal residence property, then it is subject to reassessment by law. So it's no longer the case with rental properties as it did in the past. But, with at least principal residence properties, there are additional requirements now with Proposition 19 as well, such as the requirement for the child or who could be a grandchild situation if that's the case, but that they have to live in it as their principal residence within 1 year. So that is one of, several frequently or kind of helpful hints that we have that will be part of our information sheets that will be posted. That does, identify on it a helpful hint, knowing that they do have to live in it. They have to file for a homeowner's exemption and that information. We are also working with the California Assessors Association, the President Leslie Morgan. I will also be notifying her as our information sheets are posted, and then she will notify county assessors, so that can be made available. In many cases, some assessors, smaller, medium size, might want to actually link to our information sheets to have that information available to them. So also our Proposition 19 fact sheet that's posted to the main page under the Proposition 19 information discusses that, a special area for intergenerational transfers and kind of the effects of that, which, is after the different effective dates of Proposition 19, February 16th, 21 for the intergenerational transfers. So.
No, I understand. We obviously can't go out and try to advocate for these folks, especially on the legal front. But I was wondering, for example, if a parent was to notify our office and say, I have not only do I have several children that, are not going to benefit, but I have a disabled child. Is there any way or any possible path that I could take, for example, if they requested that? Do I be able to give them guidance on that?
We direct them to resources on, on the different provisions, at least pertinent to the time, say, of the transfer. If it's after after February 16th, 2021, then we would direct them to information on current law as far as, Proposition 19 and its implementing statutes. But it can be done, even if there are, say, 3 siblings, if the parent, either inherit or gifts that to them where they're alive, or whether it's after they're deceased, 3 people can still receive. They can still receive that particular property. They can inherit it, and it not be reassessed, even if one child lives there. That is actually one of the provisions of Proposition 19, that one child can live there, and it still, can retain the property tax base that was had by the parents at the time. So they can still receive that, but when it's inherited to 3 different kids, as long as one kid lives in it as their principal residence. And if one child decides to move out a year or 2 later, as long as one child moves in within a certain period of time, then that will also continue that base.
So let me see if I'm hearing you correct. So if they do it, let's say now while they're still living, they could pass on, or I guess I don't know if it's called willed, or transfer the ownership to their kids now.
Or sold it, yeah. They could sell it, or sell it,
or set up
transfer
some
it,
kind of a
gift
sale,
it.
even if it's $1, for example. So there's a transaction, for example, of their kids. Does that help them or no? Or do they still get reassessed?
It depends if they live in the property if it's a principal residence property that they have.
Well, no, let's say they have 3 properties and they have 3 kids and they want to will one to each one.
It's only on a principal residence, so you can only have one principal residence. So yes, that would be true. Is the other 2, say they're rental properties, they would be subject to reassessment at market value at the time of that transfer, under existing law, yes.
Wow.
So what I'm hearing is that we might want to seek opportunities to serve as presenters on this issue, to get in front of taxpayers, to educate them
To
on,
inform them, yeah.
and to inform them about the nuances of the effects of the legislation that they ultimately voted in. Maybe we could explore outreach efforts in partnership with the agency, to host in our districts, either virtually or in person.
No, I think it'd be great, and I think it would be such a great service. Granted, the state, we're talking about a huge, 40 million people out there, but whatever we could do within our respective districts, I was thinking about doing just that in my district, but man, it's such a heavy task. But because it seems to be the one thing that constantly comes up when I'm talking to folks about it, they were like, even realtors. I was talking to some realtors, and they were dumbfounded. They said, well, that's not what we agreed upon when we first signed on to this Prop 19. And then somehow when it landed on the floor of the Senate, our good Senator Hertzberg just kind of played with it. And here we ended up with this legislation that's really going to hurt a lot of the, really primarily people of color in the landscaping business that were fortunate enough to acquire properties over the last 20, 30 years. They were playing by the rules all these years, and now they're going to get dinged because they ended up having, they have 5 or 6 properties, and now they find out that they can only will one over, if it's their principal resident, to one child.
I believe you're preaching to the choir.
And we will, I'll just say that. So we will be doing additional outreach efforts once those information sheets are published, not only with the California Assessors Association. Last year, the former president, Ernie Dronenberg with San Diego, he had talked with the Realtors Association as part of his work. And so we will be coordinated that as well, so we can, let the Realtors Association, and we'll go through a contact. So we do, plan to do additional outreach, but the first of it will be to post it to our website, and then we'll get the word out as much as we can and provide that information to you members. And you can talk to your constituents as well. So we
Certainly.
appreciate that effort.
Mr. Vasquez, I don't know if you heard the last part of what she was saying. She said you could talk to your constituents and drive that. So you can definitely organize something in your district, partner with your local assessor, partner with the local elected community, the legislators, and local electeds to begin to elevate this conversation and to share this information. I mean, it's something that we've done with a few of our assessors in our counties, and it is actually very well received. You'll be
No,
surprised
I'm
at
sure
how
it would be.
Yes.
And along those lines, is that something that where, I don't want to overtax our staff up here, but at some point, especially if I can get in front of like an information or resource center or these fairs that are going on, for example, in my district, is to invite staff that could kind of help them navigate through the system? Or at least give them some,
yeah.
I guess, advice, I should say. It
Yeah,
wouldn't be
so-
legal advice, I know, but.
Right. So, I mean, I could discuss that with the executive director, but most of our information, again, is posted online, available 24 hours a day to taxpayers, as well as information on each of the 58 county assessors' website, which I know, that they're very active as well. And so we'll circle back at a later time. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. I don't know if the executive director wanted to, okay. So we appreciate your presentation. Does that conclude your presentation?
If there are no questions, yes.
Hold on. Okay. Okay, yes, Mr. Gaines?
Great, thank you. I think to answer Member Vasquez's question, I think it's going to take a ballot measure, right?
No, I think you're
Because it was
right.
an initiative, right? So
Yeah.
you've got to either talk to the realtors and see if they'd be willing to sponsor something, if they realize that they made an error. Because certainly the base year transfer they wanted, and then I think they cut a deal.
Oh, yeah.
In the legislature. So that's one path. The other path would be to talk to members of the legislature. Would you be willing to carry an ACA or a constitutional amendment that would go on the ballot for the people to decide and to fix it that way? I just don't know any other pathway to do that, and we have to communicate that to our constituents too, that there are these avenues, but there are high hurdles to it in order to change it, but I just don't see any other fix for it. Now, I did want to get back to you, if I could, Ms. Thompson, in terms of the veteran issue. Do you know how that veteran found us?
I'm honestly not sure. I mean, we're pretty prominent on our website.
Okay.
We're at TRA, there's a button at the bottom of every page to link to.
Okay.
And even, posters and flyers that are posted at assessors or tax collectors' offices now, a year from now, somebody, might have taken a picture of it on their phone and remember it and reach out to our offices. So
I'm wondering-
also members, also your
Yeah.
offices do notify us of taxpayers that need help that have approached your offices.
Yes,
So
through our
yes.
offices. Yeah, that's good. That's great. Is there, it'd be nice if we could track that. So if we're looking at 20 cases this month, it'd be nice to have a breakdown in terms of each of those 20 cases, how did they find out about us? We're talking about outreach, how we're communicating with our constituents. If they're coming through our website, that's great, and we can continue to elevate that and get the word out in terms of the value of the website. But it'd be nice to know where it's coming from, whether it's through an elected's office or whether it's through the website or through their county assessor or whatever.
Well, we know what comes through our website, and we know also what comes through the board members' offices, which forward it, as well as by phone. So in that respect, we do. I thought you meant just more of how they physically knew about us in general, but yes, no, we have that, that information. There, through our website, there's actually an intake form that somebody can complete, and then it just automatically sends their information to us by email. So we refer that to as a web inquiry, but.
Okay.
So,
Is
yeah,
that something
hopefully
we
that
could get in
addresses
the
it.
future? Just a breakdown of where they're coming from for our future meetings?
I'll look into that, whether that's possible, in addition to the statistics that I provide, so.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful as members. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Is there anything else that you'd like to present to us?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you
Thank you
very
so
much. Is there any public comment or anything that
No
we'd like to
public
do?
comment, but we could go to the moderator.
Let's go to the moderator.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
If you'd like to make public comment regarding this matter at this time, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Madam Chair, there is no one queuing up at this time.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It is 12:14. Do we need to take a break? I'm getting a nod, yes. So let's take a 45-minute lunch break. All right, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you.
This point is in honor of our guest speaker. I'd like to call item L1A. Could we do
Take
that,
a
please?
item out of order, yes.
Yes,
I just
please.
want to make one announcement. If you are speaking, to remind everyone to hit your mic so that you're live, and the green light, and then if you want to mute it, you could turn it off, Just try to make sure we have everyone's voice being heard. The next item, the item we're taking up next, is item L1A, Board Members Requested Matters, New Matters, California Housing Finance Agency, California Mortgage Relief Program. The board will receive a special presentation on the California Mortgage Relief Program, including the recent expansion of the program that will also offer California homeowners assistance with past due property taxes. This item is presented by Ms. Cohn.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. First, I'd like to thank the California Housing Finance Agency Executive Director, Tina Johnson Hall, for responding to my request to have a representative present before this board today. As a result, we are fortunate to have Ms. Rebecca Franklin. Welcome, please come on down, who is going to join us for this presentation on the California Mortgage Relief Program. Ms. Franklin serves as president of the CA Mortgage Relief Program and director of Enterprise Risk Management and Compliance of the California Housing Finance Agency. So colleagues, please acknowledge Ms. Franklin. She will make somewhere between a 15 to 20-minute presentation. And after her presentation, we have time set aside for questions. Thank you. And answers. So without any further delay, Ms. Franklin, thank you for being here today, and I'll turn the mic over to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. So today I'm here to kind of give you guys an overview of the California Mortgage Relief Program. Next slide. So the agenda for the presentation goes, so kind of giving an overview, who is eligible, how people would go about applying or engaging with the program. Important information we want to review about fraudulent personnel misrepresenting the program, or scams that we think Californians need to be aware of. Also additional resources and how you guys could engage with the program and promoting it with California homeowners. Next slide. So as a general overview, the California Mortgage Relief Program was established through the American Rescue Plan Act signed by President Biden in March of 2021. With the American Rescue Plan Act, they established a housing assistance fund, recognizing that homeowners were impacted due to the pandemic economically, and that may have prevented them from being able to pay their mortgage and other related costs. California was recognized as the greatest need, receiving 10% of the nation's fund, just over $1 billion for California homeowners to find relief and get caught up on those missed payments. So in December of 2021, we launched our first offering through the program, which was a mortgage reinstatement. So it's for homeowners who maybe have missed payments and have a mortgage arrearage and needed to get caught up. That's a one-time grant. I like to stress many times when I talk about this, it's a grant. They don't have to pay it back, up to $80,000. This also covers if you missed your property taxes and your servicer has fronted those charges, as well as any sort of impound or escrow fronted by the servicer. Those are all covered with that $80,000 grant. It's a one-time grant. In the mortgage reinstatement program itself, our goal is to serve about 20 to 40,000 California homeowners. Additionally, in June of this year, or this month, we still have a few more days, I guess, we launched a second offering through the program, which was a property tax relief program. That is for homeowners who maybe don't have a mortgage, don't have an escrow or impound account, and were able to keep up with their mortgage payments, but not the property tax itself. That's a one-time grant, again, a grant we don't have to pay back, up to $20,000 for arrearages in property taxes. That also may include maybe homeowners who have PACE liens in the arrearages, so that not only the property tax itself, but maybe in a PACE lien capacity. This, we stress, is one of many programs that were offered for COVID relief by our state and federal governmental partners. This is a larger part of the Housing is Key initiative of Gavin Newsom and his administration as well. So this is one of many offerings to California homeowners who maybe were affected by the pandemic. Next slide. So who is eligible? When creating this fund, our federal partners really wanted to focus these funds towards low to medium income households. So one of the main drivers of eligibility is income. Starting in June of 2022, households must be at or below 150% of their area median income. And don't worry, I go into a little bit more detail about that. Being a newbie on the housing market, I got to learn all about how area median income is. Additionally, they must be the mortgage must be on one that is an owner-occupied, single-family home, condo, or permanently fixed manufactured home. For mortgage assistance, so that reinstatement, you must have a current mortgage arrearage, and you must be at least 2 months behind as of June 30th, 2022. So you could go back up to 18 months, 24 months, but you must have been at least 2 months current as of this month, this year. For property tax, you must have missed at least one payment before May 31st, 2022, and you also must attest that you faced a pandemic-related financial hardship after January 21st, 2020. So there's kind of all of these intricacies. Again, if homeowners are listening and they want to get more detail, you can visit our website at camortgagerelief.org, and it has all of this information. Next slide. So as I promised, what is area median income? Area median income is the median of your county in which your house resides, the income. So 150% of area median income. I do encourage homeowners to not be deterred on this if it's complex and it's hard to understand sometimes. And when we talk about area median income, everyone has their own tables. There was a special table created just for this program by our partners at HUD. So I encourage people to go to our website and look, but these are very I think reasonable income. So for families of four, say in Sacramento County, the family of four must make lower than $151,000 annually. So I encourage people to not be deterred when we talk about area median income or the income limits, that we want people to engage with the program. It's complex. We're here to help you and guide you and help you figure it out. If you go to our next slide, one of the easiest ways to determine what your area median income for your county is to use the calculator on our website, which is camortgagerelief.org. By then, the homeowner can just go in and put the county where the house is residing and the number of people in your household. That doesn't mean over 18. That means if you have children, it's the number of people in your household. And that, once you hit that orange button on the screen, it will pop up a number like on the previous slide, and you will see, does your total household make less than that amount? And so you can there. If you have questions or homeowners have questions, again, you can call our contact center. You can go to our website. We're here to help and guide you. This stuff is sometimes, it's foreign to people and complex, and we're here to really, we're the experts in it. Let us engage with you. Let us figure it out with you. We're here to partner with you and get you the support if we can. Next slide. So say you've visited our website and you think, oh, this may be for me. How does it overall work? Any interested homeowner would apply on our secure portal through our website. We will review the application, and an eligibility specialist is here to engage with you, ask you questions, maybe if you need more additional documentation, et cetera. We'll be here, we're partnering with you. Once we've determined that you may be eligible, we will do a direct payment either to your mortgage servicer or to the county, depending on which program that you are. So we are paying directly to the servicers, directly to the county. The county or the servicer will then apply the funds, the one-time grant, and then you're caught up. So it's pretty simple and it's easy. We really tried to make this process not intimidating and really easy to use and simple. Next slide. I do want to call out a couple of things on mortgage arrearages. If there are homeowners with reverse mortgages, we still are here to help you through our mortgage reinstatement program. You would say, well, I don't have a mortgage, it's a reverse mortgage, I don't have these payments, but we are still helping those homeowners. In that situation, you would go through a reinstatement program because those funds are due to the servicer. And so we do encourage people with reverse mortgages who are behind in the property tax payments or the forced place insurance to come and engage with the program, that these grants are also available to them. And a little bit more on the expansion in the next slide, which is our property tax program. As I said, we launched it this month. So people with no mortgage or no mortgage arrearage, no escrow account, maybe you paid off your mortgage, but you owe property tax. We are here to help. We have that one-time grant up to $20,000, and we can help you get caught up. Again, you must have missed one payment prior to May 31st of this year. Again, if you have questions, our website's very easy to use, to navigate. You don't have to determine, maybe I need this, maybe that. If you just need help, reach out. We're here to help. If you have a mortgage and you're a California homeowner, let's talk about it. Let's see how we can help you through this program. How to apply is on the next slide. So as I said, we have an online application through our website. You would visit our website at camortgagerelief.org and you would hit the Apply Now button. There's an orange button on the top of the screen, and so that, if you go to the next slide, will take you to what we call our navigator, our questionnaire. This is a stressful time for homeowners, and people need help, and they don't know how to get it or where to get it. So we're going to walk you through it as a program. We're going to ask you some simple questions to determine your eligibility and determine how we can best help you. While this is one of many programs, it's obviously not for every homeowner. But we do encourage people to engage with the program, engage with the navigator, and see if this is a good fit for you in your specific circumstance. If you go to the next page, next slide, sorry. So if you have determined that this is something that's potentially a good fit for you in your circumstance, it is very simple to apply. If you have all the required documentation, it should take a homeowner less than 30 minutes to complete their application. If you start an application, you have up to 30 days to complete your application. So maybe you want to get in, see what the questions are. The documents we're requiring, we really tried to make sure that they were easily accessible to all homeowners. We're talking about a couple of bank statements, a couple of either pay stubs or your unemployment statement, a utility bill to prove that you reside in that home. We do have other situations where, if you're in bankruptcy or something like that, we may require other information. But again, once you've applied, you're assigned an eligibility specialist. We'll walk you through that process and how to get those additional documentation needed. If you go to the next slide. So again, as I try to stress to homeowners and to everyone that when I talk about this program is engage with us. This is a stressful situation, and people are, I think in these times, people feel like I'm the only one in this one, and I'm by myself. You're not by yourself. California homeowners were recognized needing. We got 10% of the nation's housing assistance fund. There are a lot of people that need this money, and you didn't cause the pandemic, and you didn't cause the economic impact the pandemic had on you. So it's your right to get caught up through this offering and to engage with us. There's several ways you can. We have a contact center at 888-840-2594. Additionally, we have an info box at info@camortgagerelief.org if you're more comfortable emailing us. Also, we want to stress that there are free counseling services by HUD-certified counselors in the state of California. There are other programs. You don't need to be charged to see a HUD-certified housing counselor that will look at your specific situation, and they're aware of all of these programs and help you match to which program is the best fit for you. You can call our contact center, and we can get you in touch with a HUD counselor. There's also a 1-800 number on the slide, 1-800-569-4287. That's the HUD counseling number. Again, that's a free service to California homeowners. As I said in the next slide, it's important for us to not only talk about the eligibility, but also to talk about the potential for fraud and scams and misrepresentation of this program. As I said before, I like to repeat over and over, this is a grant. You don't have to pay it back. There is no fee for application. If someone's coming to a homeowner and asking them for a fee to apply for some sort of offering where they would have to pay it back, that is not the California Mortgage Relief Program, and we want homeowners to understand that. If you go to the next slide, just a couple things I want to reiterate for homeowners to know. Again, it's a one-time help. It's a grant. You don't have to pay it back. There's no fee to apply. And if you want more information, if you go to camortgagerelief.org, there's more information on how to report these potential scam and fraud. It's just, unfortunate that we do have to talk about it, but I think it's something that it's very important for California homeowners to understand what this program is and is not. if you go to the next slide, as I said, you can additional resources to California homeowners. If you are behind on your mortgage payment or property tax, we just encourage you to reach out and talk to us or talk to a HUD certified mortgage counselor, again, a free service, so you can understand what the best situation to remedy this is for you, and that people shouldn't feel alone and they deserve to get caught up in this scenario from the pandemic. So if you go to the next slide. As I said, we really tried to design this program around an ease of use and a speed to getting these funds to California homeowners. When we were approved in December of 2021, we were actually able to launch 10 days after Treasury approval. So we are very proud of that. We're also continually seeking feedback from our applicants from California homeowners to ensure that we're continuing that ease of applying, that ease. And so there's my favorite quote actually on the slide is, "It sounded too good to be true, but I applied anyways. Just sent in a few documents and I was delighted to be approved in about 30 days. So it's easy to do, it's easy to engage. We're here to support you through the process, and we really encourage homeowners to avail themselves of this wonderful grant that was established by our federal partners. So now, if you go to the next slide, how can you help? Frankly, it's spreading the word. So one of the things that we stress in this program is the Cal HFA Homeowner Relief Corporation is an affiliated nonprofit to Cal HFA. But I think that when people go into the communities and when we talk about it, they want to hear from that trusted resource. They want to hear from their leaders. They want to hear from their community partners. And so you guys, as community leaders, also have the ability to host a town hall where we can come in and answer questions for anyone in your area, or we can engage with the program, or if you have sort of events, we have booths we can do and run. So we're here to engage. One of the priorities of the program is to make sure that we're providing this program and marketing it in a culturally competent, in-language support preference way. So if you do not speak English, if you do not feel comfortable communicating in English, our contact center can translate. All of our materials are translated into 6 languages. We can get you into a different translator on the phone if the contact center. We also, if you go to the HUD certified counselors, they have services obviously offered in different languages. And we really leverage the community-based organization model in order to get this word out. People want to talk to their trusted resource, the people they know about these stressful situations. And so we really, really do rely on the community and our leaders to get the word out and help engage in the different ways. Additionally, if you go to the next slide, we do have partner resources on our website, camortgagerelief.org/partner resources. You also can go to the next slide. We also have social media. We have different kind of pre-done ads in different languages to help share, promote through your own websites or social media, etc. If you go to the next thing, we do use the hashtag #GetCaughtUp. So we like to use that hashtag when we're posting. One more slide forward, please. And we do also have a bunch of materials that I think some of them were already distributed to you around fact sheets, one-pagers, how to apply, et cetera. It has our contact center on there, et cetera. If you go to the last slide, again, if you are a homeowner and you want to engage with the program, you can visit us at camortgagerelief.org. You can call us at 840-2594 or email us at info@camortgagerelief.org. I just really stress that people just come in and talk to us and see if this is a good fit for them. They owe this. It's been a rough few years, so let's work together to get you caught up. At this time, I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. It's a really thorough presentation. I wanted to talk a little bit about, you said something that made me think. You mentioned about hosting or co-hosting a town hall. Do you have any examples? Has that already been happening?
Yeah.
The program's been around since December, right?
Yeah, so since December, we have been hosting town halls with our legislative partners in the California State Assembly and Senate. We also have held some events with Senator Padilla's office and other federal partners. Obviously, Chairwoman Waters was a writer of the half of the Housing Assistance Fund at the federal level, so she's been very engaged in distributing materials. So we do have a lot of legislative partners doing town halls. We do a webinar such as this, and then we open it up for questions, or we take like people can submit questions ahead of time so we can prepare answers for that.
I think what alerted me to this program was the treasurer sent me a text message saying, hey, share this on your social media. It was a link, and I got to thinking that this would be good, relevant information here within the California Board of Equalization. And is there any way that we can continue to partner with you? Do you have any other upcoming events that are already scheduled in terms of town halls or outreach or tabling?
So what we do for community-based organizations is we have a network of CBOs throughout the state that come in and do different events in different markets, maybe like a farmer's market or some sort of community event, et cetera. They host a lot of things. I think that I would encourage you guys, or I would encourage anyone who wants to host their own town hall. We also can connect, and you guys can be a joint host of another town hall that we have. I don't know if we have any scheduled at this moment, but it's certainly something that we're more than willing to do. We usually do them virtually, or if there is a live event, we can have a booth.
Okay, I have a couple follow-up questions. So to date, are you able to highlight for us the number of homeowners that have taken advantage of this program?
Yeah, so to date, we've distributed about, I'm rounding, but around $70 million to California homeowners, and that's about over 2,000 households helped.
Thank you. What's the average award per homeowner under the program?
I think it's around 30. So these numbers I'm giving you are our reinstatement. Our property tax program has just launched, so it's around 35,000 is the average award.
Okay, and can you highlight for us one more time the most significant changes that occurred this month to the mortgage relief program?
Yeah, so they're kind of in two buckets. First, for our reinstatement program, we upped the income eligibility. It used to be at 100% of your area median income. We're now at 150%. I do encourage, though, use the table on our website. Our partners at Housing and Community Development say they post an AMI table. It's not going to be the same.
Okay.
So use the one on our website. So that income went up a lot. And then also that we reset our delinquency by date. So originally when we launched, you had to be 2 months delinquent as of December of 2021. We've now reset that. We recognize that the pandemic didn't stop, the economic impact didn't stop, and homeowners maybe have fallen delinquent earlier this year, so we've reset that. It's 2 months. You must have a current mortgage delinquency or arrearage, and you must have missed at least 2 payments as of this month, June of 2022. And then the other giant, big part of the expansion was the property tax. So that is new. So that's why I'm saying when we're giving numbers, we haven't even seen the influx of the property tax applications that we've been receiving over the last couple weeks.
Okay, so the original program just gave mortgage relief, and this one gives not only mortgage relief but also property tax relief.
Yeah, so the original program was mortgage relief, but it was your entire payment. So your payment, if you have an impound or escrow account, it includes your actual principal pay down and interest of your mortgage, your property tax payment, and your insurance. So if you were behind in any of those and you had an impound account, we were assisting you. Now, for homeowners who don't have a mortgage or et cetera, then they just owe property tax. There's this new way to get aid.
And then this has been around since December of 2022 when the governor signed this legislation. And I'm curious to know what some of the most significant lessons you've learned regarding the outreach and engagement.
Yeah, so while we've always made it a priority to be culturally competent and in language of preference in our support of Californians, it's a diverse population. I think that's great and it makes us an amazing state, but it's also one where we need to continually strive to make sure that we are providing information in a culturally competent and in language way. So making sure that our translations are, something that, sometimes a literal translation doesn't get the meaning across, right? So a big lesson learned. We hold a lot of focus groups on our language translations, on our marketing materials. Also, as I said, that that trusted resource, that community resource, being the one notifying you about the program and helping you apply. Sometimes this sounds too good to be true as a program, just this nonprofit handing out these grants. And so looking to, our leaders in the communities, looking to, these community-based organizations that have a, a track record of providing aid, leveraging those trusted resources, I think is an essential thing for homeowners to feel comfortable. As I said, I think it's a stressful situation, and people, a home is not just something over your head to keep you out of the rain. It's something that maybe was an American dream. It's something that you worked for, your grandparents worked for and sacrificed. And the thought of losing that could just be earth-shattering for people. And I think sometimes you need that trusted resource from the community to reach out and say, you deserve this. You didn't cause the pandemic. You didn't cause this economic impact. You deserve this help. It's okay to reach out and get it. And so I think those are kind of the giant lessons learned on promoting this program.
And maybe you can give us some color and some context around some of the most significant challenges that homeowners are experienced in attempting to take advantage of the program.
So I think one of the things that we didn't, the program itself submitted its plan to the U.S. Treasury in August of last year, and we were approved in December. Between August and December, in a very, very gracious manner, our federal partners at HUD, FHA, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac also were making policy changes, recognizing that homeowners were behind. They may have been 2 years behind and they needed help. And so there was a lot of policy changes, and some homeowners maybe took some of those options, say a loan modification or deferment. So when you're coming to this program, we stress this is for current delinquencies. You have to have a money owed. When you look at your mortgage statement, there needs to be a past due balance. If it's zero, that's great. You decided to, there are multiple ways to help you in this situation, and you just decided to take another path, which is great. And I, respect everyone who did that. So I think for homeowners that maybe took those other paths, if you don't have a current mortgage arrearage, this isn't the program for you. But I think additionally, we recognize that while maybe people cured their loans in, say, September and took a loan modification, the economic impacts stayed. And so maybe they have fallen behind again. And so that's why one of the main reasons why we decided to reset that delinquency by date.
Do you guys have a database of housing development corporations across the entire state that you reach out to?
Can you elaborate on that?
I'm from San Francisco, and we've got the San Francisco Housing Development Corporation that helps with first-time home buyers, getting fiscally healthy, down payment assistance, and just kind of coalescing the resources that are available to first-time home buyers from the federal level as well as the state level. And I'm just wondering if you guys have a relationship with these different centers across the entire state. If I'm not, I heard you refer in your presentation to.
HUD certified?
Yes.
Yeah. So as part of an outreach in the program, we have trained all the housing counseling offices. They call them HCAs. So HUD certified mortgage counselors work out of a HUD counseling or a mortgage office. And so we have offered training, sent all of our materials to all of those offices in the state of California. We also engage with a lot of community advocates. We also have a legal services grant that we've offered through the program to provide through the state bar legal services to homeowners who maybe have very complex issues that need a little bit more, parceling out of information. I'm not aware of that specific that you referenced. I think I would love to be able to get in contact with that network, though, and we would be happy to share information.
Sure. I'm happy listening to the presentation, just thinking about the people that I know in the 9 Bay Area counties. You think about the county's board of supervisors, you think about their committee structure. It also has me thinking about if there's a way that we can connect our BOE websites to your website. Can we just get a button or some kind of a
Absolutely.
hyperlink?
Yes, we have buttons available. We can there as part of the rollout for the property tax. We did work with the California Association of Tax Collectors. They actually had a working group where we co-designed the program itself and the technology around it. We do have buttons. We've encouraged all of the county tax collectors' offices to put their buttons on the website. Make their own press releases, release their own materials. We also work with the servicing community, so the banks and the servicing for mortgages. They have sent out hundreds of thousands of emails to their delinquent homeowners, and informing them of this program as well. So yes, we do have buttons available for websites.
Okay. And I was wondering if are there any unique strategies that you guys are employing to connect with communities of color? I know you said you had culturally competent presentations, but is there any additional strategies that you're using to connect with the community?
Yeah, so the federal legislation has a call out for the program to target and promote these funds going to socially disadvantaged communities. So the program defines, the California Mortgage Relief Program defines a socially disadvantaged community as a community in a QCT, Qualified Census Tract. We also leveraged a study, a pandemic-related study of homeowner vulnerability index through the UCLA Knowledge Neighborhood Center. So they have rated on a 5-point scale, 5 being most vulnerable, 1 being least, obviously. So if socially disadvantaged communities are communities which reside either in that qualified census tract or in highest and high, 5 and 4 of that UCLA study, that homeowner vulnerability. And they take a lot of things into account as far as like if there are jumbo loans or, you know, is there mass transit and pollution ESG. So that study is very comprehensive as well as the QCT. So we don't necessarily, we target those communities, and those communities are diverse communities of various different ethnicities and races. We also, the state of California decided in our program to reserve 60% of that $1 billion to homes in the socially disadvantaged communities. So 60% of all, and I'm sorry, 40%, my bad, 40% of all of the funds that we disperse will be dispersed to those socially disadvantaged communities. Additionally, the U.S. Treasury has set a reservation of 60% of the funds we distribute will be to those lower income households, which are at or below 100% of AMI. So we have that reservation around the socially disadvantaged communities. So we really have committed to making sure that those funds go to those communities.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Colleagues, anyone? Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, thank you for that excellent presentation. And as I was listening to the numbers, when our chair brought up, you know, the numbers, those are the numbers you were talking about in the state of California. Because I had as I was looking at this, my staff was doing some research in just in LA, in my district, the county, and I noticed it was like 560 households in LA County alone, which when I look at the numbers and the need in that area, it's like 1%. It's really small. And I think our chair was bringing up the point, you know, how do we maybe work with you and partner to get the word out? Because I'm sure there's a lot more folks that would qualify for this thing. And I think you kind of touched on it in your presentation, that I think part of the frustration or some of the issues or obstacles, I guess, you run across is that, you know, I think a lot of people, you know, that are sitting on these assets, you know, maybe feel a little embarrassed by it because, you know, and they just think that they're not, I guess they don't feel like they deserve this type of assistance or a handout if they are sitting on an asset, which I get it, and I think you're hitting the right points by trying to explain to people that at the end of the day, you know, they didn't create the pandemic. You know, it was just one of these unfortunate situations. But at the end of the day, you know, there's money available to assist these folks. So I was just wondering what we could do, and I think you kind of touched on it, and it sounds like you're available, or your group possibly, to do some outreach with this. And I think one of the groups that might be real key, and I know, Madam Chair, you brought up the issue of connecting with a lot of these nonprofits. I know like San Francisco has one, we have one in Santa Monica, and I know in Southern California there's a group, I think it's called SCAMP, and I don't know if you heard of them, but it's basically a lot of nonprofits that are doing a lot of housing in the Southern California, and I'm assuming they have a similar one that covers the northern part of the state as well. But those are probably some real good networks, maybe to reach out and see what we can do to get the word out.
Yeah, we're ready, willing, and able to do whatever you think is best to reach to your communities. And we're always seeking feedback on how we can better connect and better engage. Like I said, we'll run a booth, we'll make a webinar, we'll do it on Zoom, we'll come in person. We really just want to meet people where they are and have them be able to trust us and engage with the program itself.
So it sounds like you have some, or at least people power, resources to help us and do those outreaches if we were to set some up in our respective districts.
Absolutely. We have the ability, we have a team of people, and we've been doing this for almost, 6 months. So, we can set you up a Zoom, we can, we have the presentations, we have the manpower to do it. So really, you just have to get the word out and collect the audience, and we're here to help you, kind of spread the word.
Appreciate it.
Colleagues, anyone else? Yes, please, Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, very helpful. Can you tell me what the deadline is?
So the legislation, we have till September of 2025 to distribute these funds. These funds are first come, first serve, with the reservations in mind, so that 40% for socially disadvantaged communities, that 60% for the lower income households. So it's first come, first serve, but, we have a few years to get this out, but we'd like to help people now. When building the plan, we did a lot of listening sessions and community outreach, and the California homeowners said, this is scaring us, we're stressed, can you get this out now? And so we prioritize getting funds out to the street, to these homeowners first. So, first come, first serve. So we do encourage people to engage and engage now.
Great. And how much money is available for California again? I think you told us earlier.
So we have about $950 million to
Okay.
distribute.
Okay.
I'm rounding, but.
Yeah, all right, that's great. And measures are being taken to make sure that we don't want the public defrauded, but we don't want the government defrauded either. So in terms of the processes and steps you take to make sure the money's going to the right people, I'm imagining that you're on that and tracking it. And
Yeah, so my day job is the Director of Enterprise Risk and Compliance. So when I update the HFA board, I keep saying that's what you get when you have the risk person running the program. So we do take it very seriously, just as we dedicate time to talk about fraud and scams to homeowners. Our program, we want to make sure that these funds are intended to go to these, intended recipients. So we do take some time. That's why we do require some of those documentation, the bank statements, the utility bill. We wanted to balance doing our due diligence to ensure the right people get the funds with making sure it's not extra burdensome to the homeowner. I do think the program has struck a really nice balance with that. We survey all of our applicants, and we have gotten really good feedback on, that what we're asking and what, kind of the processes we do take to make sure that, no fraud is occurring isn't at the detriment of someone feeling overwhelmed and they're not applying, right? So there's a delicate balance there, and I think we have reached that balance. But, fraud and making sure, again, these funds go to those specific communities that we've outlined is a number one priority for this project. Also, the online portal is, very secure. We follow all of information security standards from the federal government as well as the state government, being an affiliated nonprofit to a state agency. So, people should feel comfortable engaging with the portal. It's online, it's secure. It's, it's just like working with another federal program and engaging with that. So we do also take that also very seriously in the program.
I'm concerned because of the history at EDD.
Yes.
And that, I don't know exactly what happened, but it seems like they were trying to push out a lot of money quickly, and there weren't the right safeguards in place, and a lot of fraud was committed.
We do leverage lessons learned of the other relief programs that have been launched prior to this program, and we did kind of review those learnings when designing this program. We did have the luxury of being one of the later relief programs. Also, when you're talking about EDD or you're talking about, say, rental assistance, when funds are going directly to households, it's just a different fraud landscape than when you're paying directly to a bank, to a servicer, or to the county.
True.
So.
Yeah, good, thank you. Appreciate it.
Great, this has been so informative. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Polite.
Well, I'd like to thank you for your thorough presentation, but I'd also like to thank Chair Cohen for bringing this matter before us.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, absolutely. I want to spread the good news and get the word out, absolutely. So do you have any advice for us? I know my wheels are turning on ways to enhance and leverage the work that you're doing. Do you have anything that you want to ask of us?
No, I just appreciate you guys having me here today and just like an opportunity to talk about this program and engage with you guys. You guys are seen as, leaders in your own districts and areas, and I think that, partnering with us to help, promoting the program will be an essential thing for us to be able to continue to get the funds out to the needed people. You have my contact information. I'm available at, we'll engage, we'll there, and don't let the resource constraint, I know, we all, in government, we all work with, with resource constraints. This program is staffed to be able to market and engage. So we have, the Zoom setups, we have the webinars, we have the whatever. We just need you to collect the people, and we'll bring the information to you.
Okay.
So.
Do you also do in-person presentations as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah,
And-
however
and-
you feel is best to connect with your community, we'll be there.
Okay, one more question.
Yes.
Do you have a map of specific target areas, target counties that based on tax filing data that are in need, that we should be specifically targeting our energy, or concentrating our energy in this
Yes.
part of California?
So if you go to camortgagerelief.org, on the top band, there's a word statistics, and it's our dashboard. There's a map on there, and it has overlays of that QCT OVI, socially disadvantaged definition. It also kind of shows the areas where we're funding the most applications or receiving the most applications, so that information. If you want district or county specific information, we can drill down to that. We would just probably need to understand kind of what scope. If you're looking at from a need perspective, we do have data around kind of homeowners, so they talk about newly delinquent or severely delinquent. It's 30, 60, 90, 120. So a foreclosure proceeding kind of really starts at that 120-day mark. We do have information around, I think it's a zip code level at best, of where homes are being, where there are more delinquencies popping up. And we do direct mailers. So the first step in your foreclosure proceeding is a notice of default. They call them NODs. We do a hard, a snail mail mailer to those households that are receiving NODs. So we do have that information. If you wanted it more like your district or your area specific, we could get that to you.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone else? If not, we're going to take public comment on your presentation, and if there isn't any, then we'll say thank you. Thank you for coming to make that presentation to us.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
If you'd like to make public comment on this item, please press 1 then 0 at this time. Madam Chair, there's no one queuing up at this time.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, Ms. Cicchetti.
Go back to where we were on the agenda.
Yes, please.
The next item is K4A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, and the Proposition 19 Implementation Actions and Guidance. A report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues. This item will be presented by Mr. Young.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Young.
Thank you. Hello. Hello, Chair Cohen, honorable members of the board. My name is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. I have for you today a presentation on the operational going-ons in our department. So I will first start off with a report on the implementation of Prop 19, and which will be followed by several reports from our team in their respective areas. So first, Prop 19 implementation. So with your action and your adoption earlier today, board staff will now shift their priorities and their actions to making those two property tax rules, 462.520 and .540, into permanent amendments to those rules. So, and our goal is, as Mr. Moon has pointed out, will be to bring them before the board for action sooner than later. So hopefully we can do that. We can do that within the the 160 days, 180 days. So with that, we are also we have completed with the board's action in May your adoption of the 7 property tax forms that were amended for Prop 19. Your adoption, the staff has gone ahead and made those 7 forms, put them in electronic format and posted them on our assessor's portal. So the assessors have access to them for use in their county to administer Prop 19. Also, work continues on reviewing and updating our property tax webpage, specifically dedicated to Prop 19. So we are making sure that our information there is up to date and complete. So work is ongoing there. And lastly, we continue to field a lot of questions on Prop 19. So Prop 19 is still a very hot topic of discussion. Staff gets a lot of inquiries on that, and it makes up a significant portion of our workload. So with that, I also, if I may, I wanted to add one clarification that Mr. Vasquez asked of the TRA earlier today on the issue was intergenerational transfer and with multiple assets to pass on. So while Ms. Thompson is correct, it does need to be a primary residence, and there is no provision for a rental or anything other than a primary residence. There's also no prohibition in that law against doing it more than one time. So you can do it serially if that is the wish of the parent or the grandparent. There's no prohibition against them passing on one asset at a time, as long as it meets all the qualifications of the intergenerational transfer. It has to be primary residence. You have to get the homeowner's exemption. If they meet that, there's no prohibition against it. We've already given guidance on that. It is in our LTA. It's LTA 2021-008, and it's example number 10. So I refer you to that, and it's also covered in our property tax rules, the 2 that we were amending. So it is in property tax rule 462.520A5, and that addresses the ability to do it more than once. You just can't do it all at once, but if you have multiple, you may be able to do it through a series of transactions.
So one could do it, like, let's say I'm sitting on 5 properties, and right now when I'm living, I could do one today to one of my, like my son, and then a year later do one to my daughter, and then a year later do another to another son.
As long as they meet the qualifications, they are your primary residence.
So that's one way to get around it.
You meet the primary.
Sir, we're not getting around.
Well, no, but
It's not
anything.
It's not getting
The
around
law
anything, but there's no-
allows.
Well, no, the law allows it. It's
Yes,
not
allows
around.
it.
No, he's saying it's legal.
I'm just saying it's
It's-
just a little
No, I
misleading
know.
when you say get around.
It's just, it is a way to do it within the confines of the statute, the property tax rule, and our guidance. The guidance is already out there, and so is the property tax rule. So those are the references.
Well, and you said, so as I'm talking to folks, especially as I've been bringing it up at my meetings, people are just, they're dumbfounded, they're trying to figure out, what do they do? So that's one of the, I could just refer them to our, to the LTA, basically. And it'll kind of walk you, or at least give them, hopefully answer their questions, and they could call in, right?
It's extra steps.
Yeah.
But there is a way, it allows for it.
It allows for it.
It
Well,
allows
that's a good
for it.
deal.
All right, looks like
Okay.
he's satisfied with that answer. Thank you, Mr. Young.
Of course, and if I may, just one last thing before I turn over to our next presenter. There has been much discussion as of earlier today about our recruitment process. I just wanted to recognize our staff, our whole staff, from our chiefs to our managers, to our supervisors, to our seniors, and our associates. Part of what made us so successful is that the tremendous work they actually put in the recruitment process. The recruitment process is a very long process. And not only the recruitment process itself, the actual absorption of the newly hired staff into our workflow, it's a long, long process. I know they have put in a lot of work in mentoring, training, and just basically helping staff be fully functional. The work that we do is highly technical and is highly specialized. For somebody to walk in, even somebody who has appraisal experience and is skilled, it's almost a 3-year process before they're full journey level and able to perform work independently. So the recruitment process is the beginning. There's a lot of work thereafter. And I just wanted to recognize staff on their ability to basically recruit, train, and keep up with our workload. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll get down here. And we'll
That's
get down
fine.
here.
Go.
Okay, we'll go down here.
Just to go back to the examples that we were speaking about a moment ago,
Yes.
part of those requirements would be that the parent or grandparent would have to establish each of those properties as their primary residence.
You are absolutely correct. It
Okay.
is a serial process. You have to meet all the qualifications, each and every one of them. So you would have to do that,
One at a time.
one at a time. But
For
there's no
for the
there's no-
transfer.
Correct.
Okay,
But there's no prohibition against you doing it twice.
Okay.
Or 3 times.
all right. Thank you.
Mr. Gaines?
Great, thank you. Yeah, appreciate your comments, and I just wanted to ask you about, you've got your regular duties that you're performing, the BOE is, but you mentioned a lot of times being spent with regards to Prop 19, and that doesn't seem to be subsiding. Is that an accurate statement?
That is very accurate.
Okay.
It's held pretty steady, and if I may be so bold as to look into my crystal ball, I suspect it'll actually pick up.
Okay.
Because the base year transfer provision, what a lot of people don't realize is that it's more than just a small expansion of that program. It's an expansion in 3 folds. One, it takes off the limit from a one-time thing. You can do it 3 times. 2, it makes it basically inter-county throughout the whole California. Before, it used to be 12. Now, all 58 counties participate. And the last one is that it basically takes off the cap with the base year transfer for 60, 90, 110 under the old provisions. You have to meet the equal or less as defined, or it won't qualify. Now, if it doesn't meet, the extra just gets added on. So when people actually figure out all these extra benefits in there, I suspect the filings will be higher and the increase will
see.
follow.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then we've got the hiring going on too. You were talking about the training and mentoring and things of that nature. And this is really really in the definition of our executive director in terms of our staffing, but it makes me question whether, are we properly staffed going forward into the future, given some of these additional challenges.
There's no shortage of work.
Okay. Well, you're doing a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
You are. You and your entire team.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Schaefer, anything on your part? Nope, no, sir. You're fine, okay. All right, Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick thing, kind of to follow up on what Member Gaines was mentioning and what you just made a comment about. And I guess at some point as we look, and I think I brought it up to our executive director, we should look at it moving forward, because it looks like this, not only Prop 19, but some of the other things that we're starting to do to really try to get as much of this information out as possible is going to be at some point not enough. I don't think we're going to have enough capacity within our staff, and I think something we should be looking at as we're, and I imagine that this might not be the right time, but maybe at the beginning or the end of this year, next year, as they're looking at future state budgets, is to put together a good request, right? All right, thanks.
All right, thank you. Mr. Young?
Yes.
Let me pivot to Ms. Cicchetti. Ms. Cicchetti, we don't take public comment on this one, right? We're going to.
No, we continue down to the next sub-item.
That's right. Please continue.
The next sub-item is letters to the assessor presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Chair Cohen and honorable board members. My name is Patty Lumsden. I'm Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division, and I'm here this afternoon to present a brief report on our letters to assessors. Attached to the agenda again this month is a memo on letters to assessors, and it provides you with all the letters to assessors that have been issued since our last board meeting. And it also provides a link to our website for all letters to assessors that we have issued to date. As of our date of the memo, we have issued a total of 24 LTAs and for 2022, and we have issued 5 of those since our last board meeting. And I'll go ahead and give you a brief summary of those 5 as follows. The first one is an LTA announcing the annual meeting of the State Board of Equalization and the 58 county assessors, which is scheduled to be held at 10 a.m. on October 19th, 2022 at 450 N Street in Sacramento. The next LTA announces the appointment of Ms. Yvette Stowers as our BOE's new executive director, which became effective on April 26, 2022. The next is an LTA providing the assessment appeals filing periods for each of the 58 counties as certified by the clerks of the boards of those counties pursuant to the requirements of Revenue and Taxation Code Section 1603. Another LTA announcing the addition of Section 64.1 to the Revenue and Taxation Code per Senate Bill 267, which relates to legal entities owning active solar energy systems pursuant to a partnership flip transaction. And finally, an LTA announcing the 2022 Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing, which will be held on August 30th, 2022 at 450 N Street in Sacramento. That will conclude my report on letters to assessors, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Chair, I have a question. If you're...
Please do.
Okay. Thank you for that. The update, Ms. Lumpson. I was just wondering, you stated, I guess, there was 33 training courses being offered, including those that are most in demand. And I just have 2 questions. One of them, would you tell us what those are and the ones that are the most in demand?
So if I may, that is on my training and certification presentation, which will be my next report, if you can give me a moment to get to that.
Well, you know what?
Okay.
If I can go back, and I don't know if this is something that you'd be answered, or if it was Mr. Young, because you caught me off guard when you got into this other issue on Prop 19. But you had mentioned in your opening remarks about obviously redoing or the website and trying to make it a little bit more not only user-friendly, but hopefully share as much information as possible, and it was kind of in draft form. And I was, in terms of some of the changes, because you're constantly updating this thing, and I was wondering if you could just be a little bit more specific in terms of what are some of the things, including the one that you just mentioned to us earlier, if there's anything else that we should kind of put out there in terms of things that people should be looking out for that could be helpful to them.
Wow. Our webpage for Prop 19 actually is pretty complete, and it's pretty dense. There's a lot of material out there. So far, what we're doing is we're going back, and as we make these amendments to the property tax rules, we're making sure that the advice that we gave prior still comports to it, and we're making those amendments right now. So we're catching a lot of technical issues right now. As to what we can do to make it a little bit more user-friendly, I think I hate to say we're okay, but there's always room for improvement. But as we're getting feedback from users as to how to look for things, is there a better summary? Is there a way we can maybe put an index out there that guides them a little easier? We're going to look at all those and incorporate those as we can. So I think right now we have pretty good information out there. It's pretty up to date. We're just trying to make sure that we get every level correct. So we will keep looking. Ms. Lumsden, do you deal with a lot of the daily interactions with taxpayers and callers? Do you know of any pertinent issues that may be advantageous for us to incorporate at this point?
Of course, as Mr. Young stated, is we're always open to improving our website and the information that we have on our website and how we display it. As for the Prop 19, most of my staff, of course, they are the champions behind handling the majority of the calls and questions that we get. I do get some as well, but they are the true heroes behind the scenes that get, the majority of these calls. However, I will say that our Prop 19 webpage is it's very well laid out. It has like tabs to give you resources. It has a tab to give you letters to assessors that have been issued to date. It also has another tab with frequently asked questions. So it is broken out pretty well. It's not just kind of thrown out there so that the average person, is just getting overloaded with all this information. It does kind of break it out a little bit. So it is pretty user-friendly in that sense. But we're always open to suggestions. So if you were hearing anything from your constituents, we're always happy to hear about that. So just let us know.
No, that's good to hear, because I understand it's still kind of a live document and things are constantly changing. And as I hear from at least my folks in my district, I will pass those on to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. Sometimes the more information there is, sometimes it can be a little overwhelming.
Right.
But we definitely have it set up pretty well in terms of being able to go through and look for specific things. Now, of course, it may require you to dig through the different LTAs to find exactly what you're looking for, but they are titled, and so it is broken out. But at least they are broken out into sections on the webpage.
Thank you.
Anyone on this end? Any questions? Nope. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Katie?
The next sub-item is appraisal training and certification, presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Again, I'm Patty Lumsden, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. I will now be giving you a presentation on our appraisal training and certification program, or a brief report, actually. Since our last board meeting, we have finished setting the appraiser training schedule for the coming 22-23 fiscal year, and we have posted this schedule to our website. Last fiscal year, we were only able to convert 5 of our most requested courses into a virtual format, and we taught a total of 23 classes. And I'm going to go ahead and give you those 5 most requested courses that we converted into this virtual format. The first one was Course 2A, which is a replacement cost estimating of residential structures. The other one was Course 3, Residential Appraisal Procedures. The next one was Course 5, which is the Income Approach to Value. Then Course 52, which is Valuation of Restricted Lands, also some of you know as CLCA land. Course 56, Advanced Sales Comparison and Income Capitalization Approaches. So those were our 5 most common classes requested, and part of that reason was not only does it help you as you're a new appraiser, but it also helps the appraiser obtain their advanced certification going forward. So they were all classes that were very well needed. There were also classes that were more easily to convert into a virtual setting, and when I talk about a virtual setting, I'm talking about conducting these classes with a real instructor, but it's through a Teams, Microsoft Office Teams environment rather than in person. Sometimes we'll talk about online courses, but I'm referring to something completely different that's on the website as opposed to our virtual classes which are taught through Teams rather than in person. So I just want to make that clear. For this coming fiscal year, we have added an additional 3 courses to those original 5 courses. So we will also now be teaching Course 2B, which is a replacement cost estimating of commercial and industrial structures. And we also added Course 7, which is appraisal of agricultural property. And then we also added Course 120, which is investment mathematics and financial calculators. These 3 additional courses that we've added this year are going to be taught in person because they're a little bit more technical and complicated and have a lot more mathematical calculations, so they were not something that we could easily convert into a virtual format. So now we're going back to being able to add those additional 3 classes. So we now are going to be teaching a total of 8 courses, and we have scheduled a total of 33 classes for this coming fiscal year, which is 10 more than we were able to offer last year. So we're very pleased with that. In addition to this, so the schedule of these classes, some of them will be in person and some of them will be virtual. And that way it will give the assessor and their staff to be able to figure out what might be the best for each of their staff members to learn and/or with their budgets, so they can plan for whether or not they need to have someone travel or not. We found that a little bit of both has been working out, would work out better for the assessors and their staff. So, in addition to these virtual and in-person classes, we also plan on offering 2 workshops in the future. One is going to be on taxable possessory interests, and the other will be on mineral properties. And both of these will be given virtually via Microsoft Office Teams, and they will be 2 to 3 hour long courses, and we plan on offering them to more than 100 people, whereas our current classes that we teach either virtually or in person typically are anywhere between 30 to 40 students, because we need to have that one-on-one instructor experience, where when you have 100 people in the class or more, you're not really able to do that. But with these workshops, the intent behind them is just to provide general information on these topics, and that way that it's more of a discussion, questions and answers, as opposed to needing to run out, mathematical problems and that sort of thing. So it allows them to have us to be able to reach out to more people to provide that information. So we're looking forward to getting those added to our schedule as well. So as part of our process improvement plan to increase the number of classes being scheduled, we also were able to get commitments to teach from some of our courses from 2 counties, which were Los Angeles County and also Sacramento County. And in addition to that, we've been in discussion with several other counties, and once we can confirm whether or not they would be able to commit to teaching for us, we will then add those additional classes to the schedule as well. So we're looking forward to that, and we've really appreciated the collaboration that we've had with those additional counties. So at our last board meeting, Member Gaines had requested that we provide some statistics on the number of students in recent years that have taken our classes through either American River College or the Sacramento State Continuing Education course. There are 2 online systems that we utilize. So the first 2 online courses that I will be giving statistics on are entry-level courses on basic appraising, and they're designed to help new appraisers and auditor appraisers prepare for taking the BOE certification exam. So, and the third online course that I will be talking about is an entry-level course on machinery and equipment that is geared more towards new auditor appraisers, but is also beneficial to new appraisers. And all 3 of these online courses were operating prior to COVID, and they've been up and running for several years. So it's not something that we started doing with COVID. We've been offering them in this manner for quite some time. So I'll start with the first class, which is the American River College Appraising for Property Tax Purposes, which is also known as Property Tax 310. Keep in mind there are typically 4 classes offered per year. They are offered through American River College, so a student would sign up through American River College to take these classes. Also, and they would pay a fee for that. Those fees right now are at currently $46 per unit, and this particular class is 1.5 units. In addition to that, those 1.5 units can go towards any of their college credits as well. We have an adjunct professor on our staff. One of our BOE staff members has been made an adjunct professor to teach this course. And that in mind, so in 2018, we had a total number of students for the year that were taught were 72, and 40 of those were assessor staff. The high was in 2019, which went up to 83, and there were 39 assessor staff being taught in that class. That is the other thing to keep in mind, is these classes through American River College are also open to the public. Anybody that wants to sign up for them can take them. So in 2020, we saw a slight drop, which was 78 students took the class, and 36 of those were assessor staff. 2021, we saw another slight decrease, which is 74, and a total of 29 students that were assessor staff. So far in 2022 to date, which is about half the year, we have 46 students that have taken the class, and 22 of those were assessors and their staff. I'm going to go on and compare that to the Sacramento State class that we have that's called Basic Appraisal, and they're both similar classes. They're just taught in different venues. And so this class is taught on a monthly basis. A student would sign up at the beginning of the month through the BOE. It's a free class to either BOE students or to assessors and their staff, but it is not open to the public, and it is not available for any college course units or anything like that. There is no instructor, but what we've done is we've added additional material to provide to each of the students to give them resources to help them with this class. So in 2018, there was 103 students that took this class, 93 of which were assessors' staff. In 2019, it went up to 117, and there was a total assessor staff of 111. 2020, there was 109, so it went down a little bit, and there was 105 of those that were assessor staff. 2021 was the high, which was 130 students, and 114 of those were assessor staff. And then so far to date in 2022, there are 37 students have taken the class, and 33 of those have been assessor staff. So the final course that I'll go over is the American River College Appraisal of Machinery and Equipment online class, which is also known as Property Tax 311. And this class typically has 3 classes held per year. And again, you sign up through American River College and you would pay the fees for that. And they're open to both the public as well as to assessor staff and BOE staff. So in 2018, we only kept statistics for assessor staff. So during that year, there were 24 students that took that class. 2019, we started keeping the statistics for all students, and so the number that year was 42 for all students, and 33 of those were assessor staff. 2020, it went up to 53 students for the year, and 40 of those were assessor staff. 2021 was the high, which was 73, and 50 of those were assessor staff. So far in 2022, we've only had 3 students take this class. However, that's simply because we have changed instructors. Our former instructor had retired, and so we've been in the transition period. We're still working out getting this advertised, and so we've kind of worked that out, but that's why that number is low at this period of time. So that will conclude my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have for me.
Any questions, colleagues? Mr. Gaines? Yes.
First of all, I wanted to thank you, Ms. Lumsden, for pulling all that data together.
Certainly.
That's very helpful, but it looks pretty consistent in terms of the numbers even during the pandemic, which is encouraging.
Yes, if I may. One of the things I was trying to bring up is the thing about these 3 classes is that we've always had them, well, not always, but once we put them into action, they've always been available before and after, during, and after the pandemic. And so, the point behind them is really to help people pass the certification exam. So there's always been a tremendous need for them. They used to be, quite some time ago, taught in person, and it was referred to as Course 1. And it was taught in person, and every newly hired appraiser would go and take that class. And then after the class, after they successfully passed the class, then they would take the certification exam. And so that's what this whole thing is designed towards, is to helping assessors and their staff pass that certification exam so that they're prepared. They don't have to take this class, but most of them will take one of these 2 classes to help them be prepared and take the exam. So it has a pretty high success rate.
Great. Just a general question on the other classes that are being provided. Are we seeing more participation in general than we were prior to the pandemic, or?
Well, we haven't. So just this last year, okay, let me kind of back up a little bit. So in 2020, of course, we weren't able to teach any of the classes due to the pandemic. We taught 6 classes that year, and then we were shut down due to the COVID, and we had the stay-at-home orders.
Yes.
So it took us that whole rest of the year to get
Sure.
up and running. 2021 is when we started bringing our classes back again. And even then, we were still doing COVID, and not doing anything in person training. So it's been a challenge, and we've expanded. We started out only offering the class to 30 students at a time, and then we have since been able to go from that to 35, and now we've gone from 35 to 40. So we've been able to expand it. The popularity of all of these classes is very high. They usually, when we announce that we're having these classes, they fill up within like 2 to 3 days, if even a day. So they're fill up very quickly, so they're very well in demand. And especially, it doesn't seem to be more so because of the pandemic. It's mostly because of the need for these classes. They, like I said, they help the student, excuse me, they help the students, learn these different appraisal techniques, but they also help them get their advanced certification. And once they have their advanced certification, they only need to take, instead of taking 24 continuing education hours each year, they're only required to take 12 then, because they've usually taken the majority, if not all, of our, advanced classes. And then they can use our self-study sessions that we have, and then attend different conferences. There's also webinars that are offered through CASA, which is an affiliate of the CAA. So all of these things are all helpful and help to spread, increase their knowledge in these different areas that are available. So I don't know that what's changed is the virtual format of it, of us being able to offer it to them virtually. And we've never been able to do that before. So that's been very helpful, and we've had a lot of learning experiences, some good, some not so good in terms of trying to hone in our skills on trying to teach virtually, which is not a very easy thing to do, especially when it has to deal with, like I said, going over mathematical problems and stuff on a whiteboard and trying to show that, via Teams. My staff has been incredible in trying to keep working on that and making it better and better and better. So, from what we started at to where we are now, we're so much better, but we're also knowing that we can keep improving on that as well. So even after now that we're going back to doing these in person, we've still kept some of them virtually, and we're trying to offer like half and half in most cases of our classes that we're offering, to where you can take them either virtually or in person, because we found that it works really well for some of the counties that are, makes it more difficult for them to get to these classes or to send their staff to the classes, or they don't have the budgets to send them to these classes. So we're really trying to keep that in mind going forward. And then in addition to that, we found that some people just learn better in person, and they would rather have them in person.
Sure.
The other thing we're trying to do this year, which we had started to try to do prior to the pandemic, but then we got shut down, is we're expanding trying to stretch out the locations that we're going to be holding these classes. So that we have, I think, a couple of them scheduled up in the Shasta area for some of the Northern California counties. And then we've scheduled several of them down in Southern California. We've scheduled some in the Central Valley. We scheduled our CLCA classes, and I think one is in Madera and one's in, I want to say it's in one of the Bay Area counties. I think it's Alameda. So we've been trying to really focus on that as well, of trying to spread out our resources, and then again utilize the county assessor staff to help us spread those locations out. Most of it, when we're using the county assessor staff, it's to teach the classes in person for us.
Sure.
So that allows us to spread out again across the state, so that we have a little bit more opportunities.
Good. That's great. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it, because you've answered a couple of questions. I was getting, complaints or concerns, at least from some of the county assessors that are more remote. So we're providing more options for them in terms of virtual. And then you're also spreading out where the classes are offered a little bit more throughout the state. So even if you were in a remote small county, you're going to have better access. So that's kind of what was driving me in terms of how do we make sure we're getting the right classes to people that are having issues with access.
Exactly. That's always been our goal, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Member Gaines has a district that's right in your backyard. It's real easy for him to do either virtual or in-person training, but he also has a lot of people down in Southern California where he meets up with my district, and all of my people are down there. And I'm just wondering if I've got somebody from Disneyland area or out in Imperial Valley that's in the agricultural business that wants to learn something about what we're doing. Their only option really is virtual. And is the virtual just as accessible to them as it is to Member Gaines? I assume it would be. But that means our office has to be pretty well informed about what's available when they come ask. Do you know if each office has enough material that we can intelligently reply to requests that we get to learn something about what we do. My first inclination is to go to your local community colleges and your state universities to see if they have any courses that are somewhat related to what we do that would be good for them to take, which they can take without having to get on a train or a plane.
So let me clarify, are you talking about for students or the general public or for the assessor staff?
I'm talking about students. I have
Okay, students in general.
restaurants I go to, and some of the people working in the kitchen, because Daddy owns a restaurant, neither they nor Daddy want them to spend the rest of their life there. And they're doing some college, they get really good grades, but they're working in the kitchen, and they're looking at some new profession, and they're asking me, how do we learn what's going on in the assessment business? And I give them a little indication about the courses that we found, and there are not very many, in the public sector, and then we have quite a deal, and if I have a little pamphlet from you about what we have, I'd grab it.
So certainly. So let me first clarify that the training courses that I'm talking about, that I've been talking about through this session, are directly aimed towards appraisers that are either BOE staff
Yes.
or for county assessors staff. They're appraisers that are certified or trying to be certified. So that's what these courses are for. However, there is
Maybe the only game in town, too, what you have.
However, there is information on our website that's available to anyone from the public. We have courses out there. We have self-study sessions that are out there, and anyone can take them. We actually have people from the general public that take those self-study sessions, and when they complete them, we send them certificates of completion. There's all sorts of stuff on our website that is available for anyone to take that wants to take them. There may be some prerequisites listed on them, but it's not a case of where they have to be certified to take them. They're available to whoever wants to take them on our website. As far as our classes, and then again, the American River College class, that's, even though that college is in this area here in Sacramento, I believe it's Sacramento County, even though it's in Sacramento County, this is an online course, and so anyone of the general public can sign up for that class, that can sign up for, through American River College. So that's available to anyone to take that, and it's an entry-level basic appraisal training class.
And we have quite a bit of material on the website.
Yes, there's quite a bit out there, and you can always reach out or have a constituent reach out to our training section, and they can provide them with that information as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's helpful.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Does that
you.
finish? Thank you. Mr. Keddy?
Mm-hmm.
Could you call the next
The
presentation?
next sub-item is assessment practices surveys presented by Ms. Lumsted.
Thank you.
Okay, again, this is Patty Lumsden, Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division, and my final report will be on the assessment practices surveys. For calendar year 2022, we have issued a total of 5 assessment practices survey reports via letters to assessors for the following counties, which are Santa Barbara County in District 2, Alameda County in District 2, Sierra County in District 1, Stanislaus County in District 1, and Amador County in District 1. And again, in addition to these 5 counties, we are actively working on 11 other surveys and/or samples, and they're in various stages of production in the pipeline. There are 6 in District 1, 3 in District 2, 1 in District 3, and 1 in District 4. And as part of our process improvement plan for our assessment practices survey, we have begun implementing a hybrid plan for the coming 22-23 fiscal year, where staff has begun traveling again to conduct their surveys and/or samples in person, while continuing to collect some of that information remotely as we deem appropriate. We found that during the pandemic that collecting some of this information remotely has been very useful to both the assessor and as well as our own staff, and has been less impactful on the assessor. We plan to work closely with each assessor and their staff to determine the best way to conduct each one of these surveys and/or samples, and how to collect the necessary information in the least impactful way for that particular county. We will monitor the results of our plan closely so that we can adjust it as we need to, as we continually look for ways to improve our program and make it more efficient and more meaningful. And that will conclude my report on assessment practices surveys, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have. Okay,
No questions, thank you.
great. Thank you very much.
Our next sub-item is state-assessed property, presented by Mr. McCool.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. Staff have completed the annual allocations of the unitary values the board adopted in May, and staff have mailed the allocation reports to the assessees as required by Revenue and Taxation Code Section 746. The reports provide each assessee's assessment allocations to each county, as well as the proposed assessed values of the assessee's non-unitary property. Staff are currently preparing the preliminary roll for 2022. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 755 requires us to transmit the preliminary roll to each county auditor by July 15th. The preliminary roll only provides an assessment total for each tax rate area and does not provide the additional detail that appears on the final roll that will be transmitted after the board adoption in July. We hope to have the preliminary roll mailed to the county auditors by the end of this week. Staff also continue to complete the private railroad car assessments for the current year. Private railroad car property statements were due April 30th, and staff have been working diligently to complete the appraisals. The final private railroad car values will appear before the board at the July board meeting. That concludes my report on the status of our division's ongoing work for this month, and as always, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCool. Let me see if there's any questions. I myself don't have any. Do we have any down on this end? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Keddy, is there anything?
Yep, we have another sub-item, our last one, Welfare Exemption Process Improvement Project, which will be presented by Ms. Cooper.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is Holly Cooper, and I'm the Principal Property Appraiser of the Assessment Practices Survey Unit. Today, I will be giving you an update on behalf of Ms. Lauren Keish, the Principal Property Appraiser of the Welfare Exemption Section, on the Supplemental Clearance Certificate Process Improvement Project. I am pleased to announce that we have executed all changes to the application claims and approval processes as part of this project. Our purpose for the project was to streamline the process of issuing an SCC for claimants seeking to exempt low-income rental housing from property taxation. The project encompasses a comprehensive review and update to our procedures of the SCC application process, the claims process, and the approval process. Each component has involved internal and external discussions, as well as feedback and suggestions from claimants and/or their representatives. During our review of each process, we identified opportunities for improvement and ways to increase efficiency while processing SCC claims. We begin with the examination of the SCC application process to create a more clear and user-friendly application for claimants, which has been completed. Upon completion of the application process, we moved on to our examination of the SCC claims process with the goal of simplifying and modernizing our procedures to increase efficiency in our internal processing of SCC claims. As a result, we have modernized and improved our internal claims processing procedure. Following the completion of the modernization of the claims process, we've progressed to our final process of this project with the examination of the SCC approval process. Our analysis revealed an opportunity to provide a solution for claimants to submit SCC claims and supporting documents electronically to relieve the inconvenience and delays caused by mailing, and in turn increase efficiencies in the SCC approval process. Over the next 3 months, we will be monitoring the changes implemented as part of the SCC Process Improvement Project to measure their effectiveness and plan to make adjustments or further improvements to the process as needed. In addition, we have refocused our scope to updating our website as suggested by Board Member Vasquez. We are now conducting a comprehensive review of the welfare exemption webpage and plan to provide more information and available resources for claimants to utilize during the application process, as well as providing the filing requirements for both organizational clearance certificates and SCCs. Further, we plan to expand the frequently asked questions on our website regarding the welfare exemption and veterans organization exemption to provide more questions and answers specifically related to SCCs. These updates will benefit claimants by providing more useful information pertaining to the SCC claims filing process. As we move forward with updating our welfare exemption webpage, we will continue to provide updates to allow for visibility into the progress of this project and to ensure that the board members are kept informed. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Let me see with my colleagues if there's any questions. Mr. Vasquez has one.
Just one quick one. First of all, thank you for your report, Ms. Cooper, but to clarify my understanding, is it the nonprofit managing general partner of a limited partnership that owns and operates the low-income housing property that must file the supplemental clearance certificate?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if that's the case, so if the low-income housing property is owned by a nonprofit organization and there's no limited partnership involved, then is the supplemental clearance certificate process necessary? I guess it's a question probably for Mr. Young.
Mr. Young.
So, if I recall the process correctly, it's owned by the limited partnership. There is a managing general partner that must qualify for it, and it is necessary. We promulgated a rule in order to make sure that they meet the qualifications in order to get the exemption.
Okay. I'm not an attorney, but I was just
Okay.
curious about that. But, okay, thanks.
I tell you what, I will look into it very, very closely, but it is a necessary process, but let me
appreciate it.
Delve a little deeper into that.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. No problem. Ms. Cicchetti.
I think we go to the AT&T moderator to see if they have any public comments.
Okay.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment on these matters.
Ladies and gentlemen, to comment, please press 10 on your phone's keypad at this time. We have no callers in queue.
Okay, thank you. The
Please
next
call the
item?
next item, yes.
Mhm. The next item is K5A, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, Legislative Issues, Update on Administrative and Program-Related Legislative Bills Impacting the BOE. This item is presented by Mr. Weatherby.
So good afternoon,
Hello.
Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, honorable members of the board. My name is Dustin Weatherby. I'm the Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So board members, prior to moving to the PAN attachment, I will highlight a few upcoming legislative deadlines. The last day for the legislature to place any measure on the November 2022 general election ballot is this Thursday, June 30th. The legislature will then have its policy committee deadline in the second house prior to adjourning for summer recess on July 1st. The legislature will then reconvene from summer recess on August 1st for the final month of the legislative session. So now I will move on to the PAN attachment, which includes a summary of legislation affecting the BOE that is still pending in the legislature. The first bill I want to highlight is Senate Bill 440 by Senator Dodd. SB 440 was amended on June 16th to authorize the board to provide deadline extensions and penalty and interest relief to taxpayers under the alcoholic beverage tax law during a governor-proclaimed state of emergency. Senator Dodd and his office worked with the BOE and the CDTFA to craft language in SB 440 that mirrors similar changes made by CDTFA to other special tax and fee programs, ensuring equity and administrative efficiency and providing taxpayer assistance during these accentuating circumstances. With the Senator's work, the bill was placed on the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee's consent calendar and was passed the committee unanimously yesterday, and the bill will now go to the Assembly Appropriations Committee with a recommendation to also be placed on the committee's consent calendar. The next bill is Senate Bill SB 1494 by the Senate Governance and Finance Committee, which contains one of the board-sponsored legislative proposals to amend RTC Code Section 97.68 relating to a sales tax augmentation fund to correct references of BOE to CDTFA. So that bill is currently on the Assembly floor. The next bill is Senate Bill 1496, also authored by the Senate Governance and Finance Committee, which contains another board-sponsored legislative proposal to amend RTC Section 32471.5 to extend the sunset date for the Offer and Compromise program for open and active businesses under the alcoholic beverage tax law for an additional 5 years until January 1st, 2028. The bill passed the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee on June 20th and is now pending in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. The next bill is AB 1206 by Assemblymember Bennett, which would require that a rental unit continue to be treated as occupied by a lower income household when the income of those occupants increases up to 140% of the area median income. If the owner is a community land trust whose land is leased to low income households for the fiscal years 2022-23 through 2027-28. The board voted at the February board meeting to support AB 1206, and that bill is still pending in the Senate Appropriations Committee. The next bill is Assembly Bill 1733 by Assemblymember Quirk, which would have provided the flexibility for state agencies to continue to conduct teleconferencing remote meetings. That bill has failed legislative deadlines, is no longer in consideration for the year.
Question.
Yes.
Can you give me a little color around why it failed? The discussion committee, I don't know.
It seems to be I wasn't privy to the discussions,
Yes.
but I just know there was a lot of stakeholders when I met with the legislative director around the bill, and it was double referred, so it was probably a lot of amendments that would have to been taken.
Can you tell me who the stakeholders were that you know?
I'm not
You don't know?
privy to those.
Okay.
I was just told there was a lot of stakeholders, mainly state agencies, I would assume.
Thank you.
Yep. The next bill is Senate Bill 518 by Senator Laird, which would require the BOE, upon request, to provide confidential taxpayer information on the Weingarten tax return and schedule, unless the taxpayer is a natural person. The bill was heard in the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee yesterday and passed the committee, and now will head to the Assembly Appropriations Committee. The bill will be amended to allow an opt-out so taxpayers may choose to not have their confidential information released publicly. The bill's amendments are not in print as of this morning, so I cannot speak to the specifics of those amendments. And now, board members, I will conclude with an update on Proposition 19. Senate Bill 989 by Senator Hertzberg was amended June 13th to allow certain taxpayers to defer payment of local property taxes with penalty and interest relief if they have claimed a Proposition 19 property tax relief with the county assessor and have requested deferment with the county assessor within 1 calendar year, but before January 1st, 2024, whichever is later. Prior to January 1st, 2024, of receiving the first tax bill for the property. The bill was heard in the Assembly Revenue and Taxation Committee yesterday, and it also passed. The bill will be amended to only apply its provisions to only counties with populations of 4 million or greater. Currently, that only county would be Los Angeles County. Counties with less than 4 million would need a resolution of the Board of Supervisors if they choose to allow deferment authorized under this bill. The bill's amendments are not in print as of this morning, so I also cannot speak to the specifics of those amendments. The other measure pending the Assembly is Assembly Constitutional Amendment 9 by Assemblymember Kevin Kiley, which would have repealed several of the provisions of Proposition 19. The bill is unlikely to qualify for the November 2022 ballot, as it has not been referred to a committee, and the last date of place a measure on the ballot is this Thursday. This will conclude my presentation on this item, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
I have a question about Senate Bill, 989 by Hertzberg, property taxation, taxable value transfers. It said it's set for hearing for 6/27, and that was yesterday. I was wondering if you had any updates about what happened in committee yesterday on that issue.
Yeah, so it passed yesterday.
It passed.
And it's going to be amended.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. If that's
Yeah,
what you said.
and
My
it's going to
apologies.
go to Assembly Appropriations next.
Okay. And do you know if the Board of Equalization had their voice or in that legislative process?
We released
letter, did we-
our
okay.
legislative analysis on the bill.
Okay.
The senator worked with the Assessors Association
Mhm.
on the amendments that will be forthcoming. So the assessors were opposed unless amended up to that point.
Okay.
And because of those amendments, they're going to go neutral.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, do you have any other questions about the legislation? Yes, Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick follow-up to
Mhm.
SB 989 on the Hertzberg. You mentioned it passed yesterday, but in looking at, there's two conditions there. The first one makes sense, that they must claim the base year value exemption, or I guess value exclusion. But when you get to the second point, it says they must request tax deferred with the assessors within 1 calendar year, but before January 1 of 2024 are receiving that first tax bill for the property. This sounds helpful, but at the second condition, with the dates in it, would seem to limit the number of property owners who could request deferral. Can you kind of clarify that piece of it, though? Or do you know much about that?
That would be correct. So I guess the senator's intent, I don't want to speak on behalf of the senator, but the intention would be, currently there are some counties that have Proposition 19 transfer backlogs, and so this would just provide taxpayers that limited relief while assessors work through those backlogs. Otherwise, you might have an open-ended situation where taxpayers could request relief well beyond, that window. So I think it's just targeted to kind of give assessors a little extra time to clear those backlogs and provide taxpayers some relief.
That was my thought, but I wasn't sure, so I wanted to clarify. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, there's
Any-
another question.
Okay, Mr. Gaines? All right. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation.
Let's go to see if we have any public comment. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment on this matter.
To comment on this matter, please press 10 at this time. Madam Chair, we have no callers queued up.
Mr. Vasquez?
Just one quick question. Since, and it sounds like you may or may not have the answer to this one, but, given that little I guess that allowance they're allowing in this 989 that we just talked about, do we have a ballpark estimate roughly how many people you think might fit into that category?
Unfortunately, we don't. Based upon some of the data we got from assessors, there have been over 2,000 claims for Proposition 19.
2,000 what?
2,000 claims, but only 25 of the 58 counties have responded to that request. I mean, it is worthy to note that Prop 19 has really only been in effect for about a calendar year. So as assessors get more in the groove of processing these claims, then that compliance on the request will go up. But as far as of how many taxpayers this would apply to is unknown, because a taxpayer could buy a new home within the next 18 months,
18 months, yeah.
and then also would apply under this bill's provisions.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Gaines.
just expand on it a little bit. Tell me if I'm correct here, but there was an article about a lady in L.A.,
Yeah,
right?
that's how I'm referring.
And she was moving into a home, I think, with her daughter who
Yeah.
needed some assistance, and she was really hurting financially about paying her taxes. So I think that's what kind of spurred this on, right? Because
That's what my understanding
there
is,
have been some issues, in counties throughout the state that these folks need their tax money back. They're on tight budgets, so I'm glad it's moving forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weathersby. Ms. Cicchetti?
Hello, here we are. The next item is L2A.
Thank you.
Board member requested matters, board member initiatives, property tax abatement, board work group update. The board will receive an update on the upcoming property tax abatement board work group convening and the strategy going forward. This item is presented by Ms. Cohen and Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. So, colleagues, this item is to announce that the board's property tax abatement work group will meet during the upcoming July 26th, 27th, and August 30th and 31st, and possibly September 27th through the 28th board meetings. So for the next 3 months in July, August, and September, the board's property tax abatement work group will be meeting. And I'm pleased to be joined by Board Member Vasquez in convening this work group. Our work at the upcoming property tax abatement work group hearings is actually building upon the work that I started in 2019, and Board Member Vasquez work in this area. We've both joined jointly at this, and our goal is to address all the critical issues of increasing housing production in California, looking at different ways to stimulate this production. We know that there are staggering costs for producing housing here in the state of California. We also know that the governor and the legislature are committed to addressing our housing crisis and reaching the annual goals that they have established for housing production. However, what we are seeing still is an unmet need, an unmet housing need in both the affordable and the, quote, missing middle space. The purpose of the Property Tax Abatement Work Group is to examine how property tax abatements could be used as a tool to spur the development of new housing. This is particularly important for the so-called missing middle, those individuals who don't quite qualify for affordable housing because of their income, but are not wealthy enough to easily enter the marketplace as new homeowners. So, we are all aware that this is often a very difficult area to develop new housing in. Often there are restrictions, such as zoning, that don't allow for more dense housing development. The process of planning for development, particularly for housing, it's difficult, and local governments impose development fees as part of the approval process, and it's these fees in turn that reduce the margin of profit necessary for developers to proactively proceed and get housing to the market. And just as a reminder, in April of this year, the National Association of Home Builders reported that building materials costs had risen 8% since January. Also, building material costs had risen over 20% year to year and had risen 33% since the start of the pandemic. So as you can see, these costs are going up, and our housing production is going down. So what I'd like to do is to begin to look at ways that we could address the issue of property tax abatements as a way of determining how and if property tax abatement could work to reduce the cost of producing housing. And in doing so, our analysis, what we will begin to examine and review is how we will listen and learn about how revenue backfills could be created to address any reduction in property tax revenue and how that could impact our schools and our local governments, two very important systems that rely on property taxes. Our goal is to be proactive and to exercise the board's unique constitutional and statutory power and begin to explore how the property tax system can use to produce this important public good, more affordable housing. At the conclusion of our hearings, and after listening to presentations from distinguished experts and our stakeholders, I propose that we issue a report on the work of the abatement work group. And so it is really with great anticipation that we continue this journey. I want to pivot and see if Mr. Vasquez has any colleagues, any comments, excuse me, as well as any of the other members who'd like to make remarks on this important work. Mr. Vasquez?
No, thank you. And there is several folks that I've had the opportunity to speak to in the nonprofit world on this issue. And actually, interesting enough, just last month, or it might have been earlier this month, I sat on a panel with our controller, Ms. Yee, and as I was talking about what some of the things we were looking to do on the affordable housing front and trying to figure out some creative ways and how we were going to hopefully have these hearings soon, hopefully in person, but we'll see how that goes down the road. She mentioned, or she shared with us that I didn't realize, I know in some cities like in our city, well, actually not so much maybe in Santa Monica, but the larger LA city, seems to put a lot of obstacles in front of a lot of these nonprofits, meaning that they have to go through so many different approvals and they all have a cost. So for many of the nonprofits, and I think you mentioned it in your statement or in your letter, you know, and I know in San Francisco and especially in Santa Monica, you know, it's to build an affordable unit is getting up to the $600,000-$700,000 just for one unit. Correct. And I'm hearing, and our controller Betty kind of confirmed it, that some of that cost is because the state on top of the city has like 7 different divisions or departments they have to go through and get approvals, and each one has a cost.
Yes.
And she mentioned that she was going to try to facilitate, or I guess work with all these departments within the state and see if they can streamline that. And I don't know how tough that's going to be, and maybe our former senator here might have a better idea, because I'm sure you're going to have to deal with some political pushback on that, because I'm sure a lot of these departments, you know, with those departments that exist, you know, you could be, if you streamline them, you're obviously going to be consolidating and possibly losing a department or two, which could be a political challenge. But at the end of the day, I think, you know, I'm hoping in our hearings and as we bring this back and start hearing from folks, especially those in the nonprofit world, to see what we can do to try to minimize at least the costs that we put on them from inside our government. And I know, and you kind of touched on the other one, we really have very little control, and that's just the cost of materials. You know, for some, you know, that seems to be going up. And I know during the pandemic, it even, you know, I know some people that were building homes during the pandemic and got caught when they were going out to buy lumber, how it, in many cases, tripled their bill. And they were prepared, you know, they had a budget they were working with, and only to find out that they ran out of money before they could even finish the project. But at least on the government side, I think we should hopefully, as we dive into this and we hear presentations, at least things that maybe we're putting in, obstacles we're putting in, especially financial obstacles that we're putting on these developers, we can find a way to streamline that and hopefully minimize those costs for them. The other issue you kind of touched on as well is that we're starting to get folks in the for-profit side that for many years just didn't bother dealing with building affordable housing because it just didn't pencil out. But now as we're putting it out there that we are open to listening to them and see what it would take on their part to incentivize it, to make it pencil out for those in the for-profit world to start building affordable housing. It looks like we might have, hopefully, some good proposals come out of this that we can incorporate and see how we can move them forward to try to move in that direction to try to fill the demand. Because, you know, every year we're hearing, and even from our governor as late as this last state of the state, that, you know, we keep slipping further and further back in this number of affordable units that we're producing every year. It's only multiplying. So looking forward to it. Really appreciate you bringing this back. And I know we're going to have a lot of participation, not only from are my colleagues here, but as well from other folks in the business.
Well, I do hope so, because I think that this is timely, and it's going to take all hands on deck for us to solve our way out of this dilemma. Ms. Cicchetti?
Let's see if the AT&T moderator has anyone on the line. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Certainly, Madam Chair. On the phones, press 10 on your phone's keypad. And we have no one responding in queue.
All right, thank you. I want to recognize Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank you, Chair Cohen, and Member Vasquez for bringing this forward. It's really critical. It's a very big and challenging issue, but I think with the right political wherewithal, you can actually make some changes, but they're huge challenges. I think, you know, when you're talking about affordability, Member Cohen, you talk about folks that are still struggling to buy a home, but there's no program available or anything to help them. They're kind of caught in the middle. They're not making enough to afford a home, but they don't have a program that helps them out. And it seems to me that, you know, cooperation with the building industry could be helpful in trying to come up with some ideas, because I think it would be nice to be implementing some incentives that people could qualify for. I mean, if we think of mortgages and we think of Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae, those are really programs that were set up so that people could afford to buy a home. Prior to that, you know, the 30-year mortgage really wasn't that well known historically. So, you know, government said, hey, we need a means that will provide a type of financing that helps a person get into a home with a 30-year mortgage, and seems to me we could be doing more in that area. And we've created a lot of obstacles that make it very difficult to even produce an affordable home. And an area that it seems that nobody wants to touch is the California Environmental Quality Act. Because what's happened to that is the initial intent was to mitigate environmental impact as a result of the construction of a building, and yet it's broadened so much over the decades that it can be used kind of as a weapon to shut projects down. And so if cooler minds could prevail and take a look at that and figure out ways that would simplify the process for getting approval for homes, that would be a huge one. And I think we could look at more incentives that would be available to folks. And then I think coordination with the building industry and trying to figure out ways, you know, how do we produce the product for that first-time home buyer? I think that's often what we're talking about, is that maybe someone who's rented that has put money aside for a down payment. And some of these programs are 3% down. I mean, so there are ways for people to get in, but it might be a very small home, a very basic home initially that gives them the opportunity then to develop equity and maybe move up or not, just pay it off. So thank you for bringing this forward. It's so critical. And given that our focus is on the taxation of property, I think it's right in our wheelhouse. So thanks.
No problem. I couldn't agree more. Seeing that there are no other comments on this, Ms. Cicchetti, let's keep. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Eppolite, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Cohen. Controller Yee and I would like to thank Chair Cohen and Member Vasquez for bringing the issue of affordable housing forward on the agenda. First, I'd like to note a concern about the titling of this agenda item. Chair Cohen, I'd like to ask Chief Counsel to come up. I'd like to ask him a question about this.
Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, honorable members of the board, Deputy Controller. Yes, what can I do for you?
Mr. Nanjo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Other than Revenue and Taxation Code 862, which provides the board with an abatement authority for penalties relating to property statements, are you aware of the State Board of Equalization having any other abatement authority relating to property taxes?
Thank you for that question, Deputy Controller. I'm not aware of any statute that would give the board broad authority to abate actual property tax as opposed to interest and/or penalties in limited circumstances. There are, in addition to RTC 862, similar relief-related provisions for penalty and/or interest for private railroad car, insurance, and alcohol taxes. But other than that, there is none that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Nanjo.
Absolutely.
Please, Mr. Gaines, yes.
Trying to figure out, I know that when I served in the legislature, we talked a lot about the homeowner's exemption. It seems to me, given that we have oversight of the collection of property tax, at least the valuation, via the county assessors and state assessed properties, that certainly we have a role to play as to whether, I don't think we have decision-making authority on determining a tax credit or an abatement of a tax, but I think there's worthy discussion that can be had in this area that could lead us to conclusions where we could follow up through the legislature or other means. And so I don't want to discount my colleagues' efforts and what they're trying to do. And we don't have the ability to create an incentive or an abatement, correct? I understand that. But I think we have the means of looking at a huge challenge in the state and working with our other branches of government to see what can be done.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
thank you.
Gaines. I absolutely concur. I think that it's a big issue and deserves all hands on deck to be able to chip away and to share ideas. Yes. Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. I agree, and maybe, you're probably just dealing with the legal issue on abatements, but what about the exemption piece, the welfare piece? That's different than abatement, I'm
Right.
assuming. And that's something that could be just like a rule change on our end of it, couldn't it?
Right. I mean, again, informing the work group, the board has a memo that you prepared when you formed the work group.
Right.
And it discussed the board seeking to engage stakeholders on the ways within the areas of responsibility found in existing law to spur more affordable housing through property tax incentives. And, part of what the charge of the work group, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong because I'm reading the materials of the work group, is that the incentives you recognize the fact that the incentives may already exist in existing laws such as exemption deeds restrictions, and also you were open to new laws being passed by the legislature or making policy recommendations to further those actions. So again, please don't take my comment as stating that you don't have a role to play. I'm just going back to, I'm answering the Deputy Controller's question and going back to kind of the charge that was stated very well in your work group memorandum. So thank you.
Thank you.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, exactly. I think that you asked a very detailed and narrow question as it relates to the spirit of
And
the
my
law.
only concern is that this board's only statutory authority relates to that one statute. And as an agenda item, I have a concern that we don't mischaracterize to the public what this board's authority is, and that a different title to the work group.
What would you suggest?
And the overall theme of the work group relates to affordable housing. And a title perhaps in the vein of property tax incentives for affordable housing might be a better characterization for the work group, because ultimately we're talking about property tax exemptions. So I thought that might be a better way to construe the goal of the work group, because tax abatements really is something that is a local level, what happens there, as opposed to what this board is able to do. So property tax incentives for affordable housing, I think, might be, you know, a better way to describe.
Your comments, are they representing your ideas or the controller's ideas?
Both.
Both? Okay. Well, we respectfully receive them, and if I'm not mistaken, she has taken action on this item when we voted to put together a memo.
Sure.
I don't want to get caught up in, what sounds like to me semantics on the calling of the memo, the naming of the memo.
But it struck me when I saw the agenda, that title. So I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention.
Thank you. We welcome you bringing that to our attention. And I'm not prepared to pivot at this stage in the point,
Sure.
but I want you to know that we do hear you, and it's on the record. And thank you, Mr. Nanjo, for answering Mr. Eppolite's question. But with all due respect, I'm still prepared to move forward as things are stated.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Yes,
Chair Cohen.
Mr. Eppolite, it was fully vetted, and if you'd like, I'm happy to share with you a little bit more background and how we came to it. Thank you. All right, Ms. Cicchetti, how are you?
Very good.
Good, that's good. What's next on the agenda?
The next item is M1, Public Policy Hearings, Proposition 19 Implementation. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the phones, please press 10 to make comment. And we have no callers responding in the queue.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Cicchetti, let's continue moving forward.
That's right. The next item is M2A, Public Policy Hearings, Impact of Public Calamities on Property Tax Administration, County Boards of Equalization, Assessment Appeals Boards, AAB, Remote Hearings. There are no staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. I'm going to go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
And once again, to make public comment on this matter, press 10, please, at this time. And we have no callers queued up.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti, please call the next item.
The next item is N, Public Comment on Matters Not on the Agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration on future meetings. I'll let you know that we have received a public comment on this item, and I'd like to first go out to the AT&T moderator, and then I will read the public comment. Thank you. AT&T moderator, please let us know if we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
And once again, to make public comment, please press 10 to queue up. And we have no callers queuing up at this time.
We received a public comment. The person making the public comment selected every single one of the agenda items that he had a public comment on. He did not select one, he selected all of them. His comment is, Board of Equalization, Senior Stewart, Local A, Edward Joseph Konajaki, Houston, Texas International, Mobile Office HCD, Program Technician 2, District Representative Apprentice, CalPERS, paren, retiree. And that's the end of the public comment.
All right, thank you very much. Could you please call the next item?
Our next item is O, closed session, discussion and action on litigation matters. The board will now go to closed session to discuss litigation matters.
Thank you very much. Please let the record reflect it's 3:11, and we are now going into closed session.
We're reconvened from closed session.
We are reconvening from closed session. Thank you very much. It is 3:54 in the afternoon. Ms. Cacchetti, if you could call the next item.
Okay. We are at the end of our meeting. There are no other items to call. We're up for closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. I have one closing remark, and then I know I want to recognize Senator Gaines. He has a few. Colleagues, before we adjourn for the day, I'd like to express my sincere condolences regarding the passing of David R. Dorr. Mr. Dorr served as the California Taxpayer Association's Chief Tax Counsel since 1987, when he joined the association after working for more than 23 years as the chief consultant for the Assembly Rev and Tax Committee. As the Assembly's top tax expert, Mr. Dorr worked with everyone from then Governor Ronald Reagan to then Assembly Speaker Willie L. Brown, Jr. And outside of work, he traveled extensively and was known for his sense of humor. He was one of California's foremost tax policy experts and leaves behind a legacy of fighting for taxpayers and one as a father, grandfather, friend, and mentor. So on behalf of the California Board of Equalization and the entire BOE family, I extend our condolences and prayers to Mr. Dorr's family and the entire CalTax organization during this incredibly difficult time of transition. Thank you.
Did you mention he's the author of that famous book that comes, 2 editions at least?
No, but before we mention that, I'd like to recognize Senator Gaines, who's got something to contribute as well.
Great, thank you, Chair Cohen. I wanted to take this opportunity to adjourn in memory of Captain John J. Sachs. He was a U.S. Marine captain, resided in Placer County, actually a neighbor of ours, and was assigned to the Marine Medium Tilt Rotor Squadron 364, where he served as an MV-22B pilot, which is the Osprey aircraft that can take off like a helicopter and then adjust its motors and fly like an aircraft, very complicated aircraft. He passed away this month in a training accident, and America lost a fine Marine and a patriot. Captain Sachs's personal awards include the National Defense Service Medal and Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. He served as a United States Marine for 5 years and 8 months and was honored to serve his country. Like I said, he grew up around the block from us. My children grew up with him. He was just a great kid. Never seemed to get in any trouble, and just a fine gentleman. His dad, you may have heard of Steve Sachs. He was a second baseman for the LA Dodgers. The Sachs brothers and the Sachs family grew up in West Sacramento. But just a great family, so my prayers go to the family, to Steve Sachs and his mother, Debbie Sachs, to Dave and Patsy Sachs, who are also neighbors in the neighborhood, and to the Sachs sisters. It's a big family. They're great people, and just a very, very sad story. But Captain Sachs loved serving for his country. He loved flying. He loved the challenge of flying one of the most complicated aircraft there is, and we still don't know the cause of the accident. And that will take a while to determine that, but one questions whether it was mechanical failure because he was just an expert pilot. Secondly, I'd like to take this opportunity to adjourn in memory of Lou Euler, who passed away on June 3rd at the age of 88. Lou was a dedicated patriot who fought for American taxpayers. His accomplishments were many. He was a Yale graduate, an Army captain, an attorney, top aide to Governor Reagan, founder of the National Tax Limitation Committee, just to name a few of the things that he did. He was also a founding member of Bayside Church, where I attend. His work as a leader of the anti-tax movement that inspired my career in public service. His fight for reduced taxes and limited government spending has benefited Americans for decades. My prayers are with his wife Cindy, his son Kirk, and wife Tammy, and the entire family. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other notes? Okay, thank you.
I wanted to mention his textbook, if I could.
Please.
Yeah, David Dorr was a master.
Speak of the mic, please. The mic.
Oh, yeah. Was a master author of books about taxes, and his organization would give a book out to everybody that was in the field, so we'd know David's great mind, and I'd gotten a couple copies of it, and I've seen it in my office. Our staff has it and reads it, and he'll be known as one of the more prolific and more intelligent advocates for fairness and taxes, and that's what I look at the legacy of David Dorr. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, without any further ado, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you next month.